Murphy,
Present.
Ms. Priestley,
Present.
Ms. Winfrey Carter,
Present.
Ms. Burns,
Present.
Ms. Herkenroder,
Present.
Ms. Worthing.
Present.
Thank you.
We have 6 present. Okay, reading of disorderly persons city code subsection, section 31-10, disorderly conduct, assault and battery, and disorderly persons, and will be subject to arrest for misdemeanor. Any person who prevents the peaceful and orderly conduct of any meeting will be given 1 warning. If they persist in disrupting the meeting, that individual will be subject to arrest. Violators shall be removed from the meeting. Okay, it is time for public speaking. If there are any public speakers, please step to the podium and present your name.
Hello? Hello? Is this? My name is R. Earl Mitchell. I live at 759 East Linden Street.
Ariel, hold on just hit the microphone.
This woman then broke the microphone, sir. I thought she... I was talking it now. Now, is it on? Is it working now? Okay. Like I was saying, my name is R. L. Mitchell, and I live at 759 East Linden Street over on the north side in the 3rd Ward, and my councilman is Murphy over there. But I can go on Mays Ward, not Ward 1, because I'm right on the boundary line. Anyway, to speak on the issue about tonight, about this $89 million left we got to spend on any means possible. We're giving it to Carriage Town, but we should consider giving that money to Mays, number 1, the ward, because Hobson, the building is actually falling down into the street, that hardware on the corner, and people's fighting over the last Madam Chair. There she is over there looking down with the curious. She made us look like the money ain't. Anyway, for the record, the people's down in Greenwood, Oklahoma, and we talking about going to get outside advisory. Once you consider getting advisory from Greenwood, Oklahoma, and use it in Flint and see what happened for what the Madam Chair done to our president in Flint last week. She over there and talking about does black lives really matter? Only 3 people left, and they 100 years old, and they gonna sue the whole. They're talking about racial, and we finna deal. The sheriff finna deal with the Grand Rapids peoples, walk with us. I mean, anyway, I'm gonna leave somebody else some time to talk, because I keep coming back. That's all.
Thank you, Mr. Mitchell. Next public speaker, please.
My name is Ray Hall. I stay at I reside at 229 Crosby Street. Right now, I'm staying in.
Mr. Hall, could
yes.
you speak down, and you may need, bend the top of the microphone.
Hello?
this-
Can you hear me now?
Yeah.
All right. My name is Ray Hall. I preside my residence at 229 Crosby Street, the 5th Ward. I haven't been here for a while because I done had some problems with the administration and the water department, especially Supervisor Mr. Brown, or whatever his name is. It's all about the smart meter and more, but the mayor had made a declaration that he wanted people to get smart meters on their house, so he's going to turn their water off. So I wanted to comply with what was going on. So they made the appointment. He had hired some outside group or whatever, corporation, to put the smart meters in. They came to my home. They couldn't put the smart meter in. They had broken the pipe. It started a leak. The leak flooded my basement. They told me before they left that they had a problem and everything. All this is with Lolita. She knows everything. I got video, witnesses, whatever you need, I got it. That the city is wrong in what they did. I waited over 5 months. I did everything, complied with everything they told me to do, and they refused to go into my basement and do anything. I got in contact with Lolita, much love for all she had done to try to help me. But I'm in a shelter with my daughters. The house flooded, which they said, the people said that if they had kept messing with that smart meter, it was going to flood the whole block. But it was dripping. They told the city was up. The city kicked them under the bus. Y'all probably don't even know they had hired somebody else to come out with smart meters. So I got him on phone and everything. He was like, well, Ray, I can't talk to you right now. I got to go to the bathroom. You want to go to the bathroom with me? You want something to eat, Ray? Hey, I'm eating right now. You know, that's all he did, but I was cool with it. But when it got to the time where right now I'm even in the shelter, my daughters are being traumatized. All they do is argue, fight, children set people against one another. And this is in a women's shelter. So I'm being forced again, like I said. My passion is for my city of Flint. I love this place, man. But it's wrong what didn't happen. I'm bringing this because you got to put it on record of what's going on. I told him, I said, what I got to do to get these people, get y'all out here to come get this to estimate. I'm still trying to work with the city to estimate what's going on. So y'all can get this stuff, clean this house up. Y'all didn't mess with my house. Y'all didn't destroy where I'm living. She told me, a white lady, she said, you have to get you a constant. So I went and got me I went and got my cousin, Larry, brother, sister, whatever. And they told me it's going to cost $1 million.
Mr. Hall,
You know what I'm saying?
the timer went off, sir.
Oh,
Could you-
okay,
could you,
then.
no, could you,
I
no,
won't-
just
no problem.
wrap it up. Just wrap it, and at the end,
I'm just trying to get to the point
will
that
respond.
I'm trying to get it on record. I haven't been able to make it anything because I have to be in that shelter at 7 o'clock with my daughters. So I haven't been, so right now I'm breaking the rules. I'm gonna get wrote up and everything. But this is get out of hand. He wants more money. They want this, they want that, they want everything. But they're around here doing dirt. Quincy knows that I was with HBO, and that's how it started with the mayor. He has a grudge against me and filed a PPO on me. He done a whole
Point
lot
of
of
order,
things.
Madam Chair.
And I just want to get to the point.
Point of
Councilman
order.
Mays, what's your point of
Mr.
order?
Hall,
Yes.
y'all was hard on me for wrapping up and
Oh.
going over. Mr. Hall, we can talk later, but they got to stick with their own rules. I don't want them discriminating against me and treating other folks differently. Thank you.
Next public speaker, please. Mr. Hall, thank you, sir, and we will get with you, but I was giving you
Point of
leniency
order, Madam Chair.
because I can do that.
Point
Thank
of
you,
order,
Mr.
Madam
Hall.
Chair.
What's your point
You
of
was
order?
the main one. We don't
That's
go
an
back
improper
and
point
forth.
of
We
order,
deal with
Mr.
council
Mays.
comment. I'm
That's
gonna
an
stick you
improper.
to your rules.
That's an improper point of order, sir.
Beg your pardon?
Next public speaker, please.
My
Ms.
name is
Penton,
Yvonne Penton.
can you pull it a little closer or? Okay.
My name is Yvonne Penton. I'm here on behalf of the House of Esther that is located at 524 West Pearson Road. We have submitted a ARPA application for the infrastructure, and the purpose of the focus on the infrastructure is that Esther was opened in 2016, and we have never had water. When the landlord disappeared, we had to wait 2 years before we could continue to pick up and finish the renovations that we were starting, because it was a commercial property and he lost the property due to back taxes. And then in 2019, they gave us the right of first refusal, and the city gave us declaration of occupancy so we could continue on the renovations of the House of Esther. Well, we still don't have water. We were trying to get water in 2019. We were trying to get water in 2020. And now it's 2022, and the inspectors have now declared that the property is unfit. It's unfed, but it's unfed because there is no water. And so now they're asking us to close up. But we've never really opened. And so I'm coming to the council and asking if you could give me some advice on what we can do. We were stopped for 4 years because of something that was beyond what we could do. It was just the nature of the situation. The commercial property, the treasurer said you had to give him 2 years to pay his back taxes. So we had to wait, and we waited. We waited because they gave us hope. And so I'm here asking you to give us some more hope. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Penton. Mrs. Penton, I apologize. Are there any more public speakers? Any more public speakers? Any more public speakers? It is now time for council response. Are there any council members who would like to respond to the public speakers? Councilwoman Worthing, you have the floor.
I'm very sorry about the House of Esther. I know you've contacted us before, and I've never really had good news to share, and I still don't have good news to share. For those who are new on council, council voted to give the property to House of Esther instead of the land bank. But it was done in a manner that the water bills had to be paid, and they've not been paid. And since they're not been paid, then they can't own the property. And it's just something that should have never happened. I'm sorry that the previous council gave you hope. That was hope that they gave many others, and they've since lost their homes. And it's unfortunate. And this is why I was so passionate about keeping those land bank properties and promising residents that you can have it for $1 or you can do this or that. Most all of those homes that we did that with, it's turned out really bad for the people living there, and it's very sad. So I don't believe there's anything, honestly, the council would have done a better job if we had not done that and said, please, find somewhere else. Don't put your hope in this building because there's going to be nothing that we can do. And I'm sorry about that. Thank you.
Councilwoman Winfrey Carter.
Thank you, Madam Chair. First, I would like to thank all of the public speakers, and I would like to thank each and every person here. Thank you for being engaged in the process. This is to Mr. Ray Hall. Mr. Hall, please, if you can, please give me a call at area code 810-397-3621. Again, 810-397-3621. And this is for all of the Fifth Ward residents. If you have any problems, any issues, please call me because I can help you navigate through whatever situation that you're having. I'm sorry about what's going on with your home. And once you call me, we'll talk and figure out something to do. I want you to also turn in a damage claim form. Thank you. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you. Councilwoman, is there anyone else who would like to speak? Is there anyone else who would like to speak?
Yeah, Madam Chair.
Councilman Mays, you have the floor, sir.
I've been brought up and abreast on this House of Esther thing, and I want it on the agenda, either in this committee meeting or in governmental ops. I'm hearing what's going on. I know the circumstances, and I know them very well. And I'm going to need more than 2 minutes to talk about that. So, if y'all can stick around, Ms. Penn, I'm going to try to put it on the agenda somewhere in this meeting to discuss it. It needs more than your 2 or 3 minutes, and we'll see what happens here. I respectfully disagree with Ms. Worthy. I think it is something that we can chime in on and do. And so I look forward to that conversation. Thank you.
Hey, Councilman Mays, and I know I'm the last person to speak. You want to you want to speak, Councilman Murphy?
Yes.
Go ahead, sir. You
Thank
have the
you.
floor.
To Yvonne Pendleton with the House of Esther, I've been following the work that you've been doing. I was really inspired. My mother and them with the Women's Life Group sponsored a room, and I remember my mother going to get some furniture reupholstered and putting desks and fixing up the room, and I went with her a couple of times. She had me to drag some stuff up there that she done went and brought to put up in the room. It looked really nice in there. I was excited about you guys opening. I think it's a program for homeless pregnant women or something like that, or at the tipping point of being homeless. So I was really excited about seeing you guys. I know you guys had a problem with the water. I tried to help work with you when Steve Branch was the city administrator. I remember going to him to try to help for you guys to get the water turned on. It's unfortunate that whoever you guys were renting or leasing from didn't do what they were supposed to do to put y'all in a dilemma. I do believe that the council and the mayor administration put together some kind of memorandum of understanding or a purchase agreement for you guys to purchase it. I'm not sure if they gave you guys 30 days, 60 days, 90 days to come up with a dollar amount. I'm not sure what that dollar amount was, so I'm not sure if you guys met that threshold to come up with that dollar figure. I may be misspeaking, I'm not sure, but I believe that they gave them an offer to purchase the property for a price, and they gave them some time to come up with the dollars. I'm not sure if they came up with the dollars and offered the dollars to the city of Flint, but I would like to do a referral to see what was that time frame and if they was able to come up with the dollars and why they didn't give them the building at the purchase price that they offered them. Thank you.
Thank you, Councilman Murphy. Did you want the floor, Councilwoman
Yes, please.
Priestley? You have the floor.
Yes, in regards to the House of Esther, right now there is no formal application and processes in place for applying for a grant from the ARPA dollars. Stay tuned, that will be forthcoming, but as of right now, there is no application. So until that's done, there probably will be no movement. And I just wanted to explain that to not only the House of Esther, but the rest of the community. And as soon as that application process is determined, we will announce it.
Is that it, Councilwoman? Okay. And I'm going to be the last one to speak. There is hope. There's always hope when God is involved. The House of Esther, it was not, the city dropped the ball. We're now selling city properties to pay for other things. That's a problem to me in stating that it's not at the taxpayer's expense. That predicament that the House of Esther was in was no fault to your own. For someone to mention that your 501c3 may be in jeopardy from this administration, I'm appalled by that. That's not something that should happen. We should be in the business of making sure we make our community whole. If we have a 15-year-old, which the House of Esther is for young mothers for maternity, to give them a chance at life that they normally would not have. The city owns this property. They can do whatever they want to do. But it seems very precarious to me that this sits on 25 acres, and all we keep with these properties they want to give to dispensaries. Let's give it to the 21 mothers who would have 21 babies to have an opportunity to change the trajectory of their lives. These young mothers, if they were here, they were 8, 9, 10, who may be pregnant, and they need life skills. We keep dropping the ball here, and it's a problem. So to say there is no hope, that means we have no business being here, because we are supposed to fight to our last breath for what is right. And it is right to fight for young mothers so that these mothers are put back into the same environments that they were put in. We have to come together as a community to change this. This is not something we should just walk away. These young mothers, if they were here, they were poisoned by lead. That wasn't their fault. Let's help change their lives along with those babies that are born so that we don't keep repeating the same process. You look at every shooting I went to, it came from a home that the environment came from a troubled home. Every single one. Every single one. And we need to change this. And we can do something. And Councilman Mays, I will be putting this on in discussion items because this needs to be discussed. We're going to go on down the agenda, and before we get to that, for discussion items, Councilman Mays, I will be putting House of Esther on there and the sale of public property so that the allotted time can be had to discuss this.
Yes, Madam
Yes.
President. Yes, if you want to do that, I would also like to add Jefferson School on there. Thank you.
That is a
For
public
changing
property.
the agenda, I'm going to object.
Councilman
Madam
Mays.
Chair, if there's an objection, I would move that we put the discussion of House of Esther as well as, you know, we can talk about Jefferson a little bit. They're in the same category. So I so move that they be a discussion item.
Yes, Councilman, there'll be a discussion item. House of Esther, Jefferson School will be a discussion item.
Madam Chair,
Point
you're
of
supposed to
order.
ask for a second.
I'm sorry. Is there a second to Councilwoman Worthy's,
Mr.
oh,
Mays'
I'm
motion.
sorry, for Mr. Mays' motion for a discussion item? Is there a second to have House of Esther and Jefferson on as a discussion item? I second it.
Madam Chair,
I'll second.
You'll second it? Thank
Yeah.
you.
Madam Chair,
Councilwoman Worthy?
I appreciate your passion. However, this isn't about me not having hope about young mothers or those who care and have charities and help others out. This is a situation that's not going to change, and putting this on our agenda, and again, it's been spoke about for 4 years now. 4 years. Nothing has changed. I am not willing to get into a discussion when they've been told the reasoning and what they need to do, and it's just not gotten done. So I'm going to vote no. Doesn't mean I don't care about the organization or what they want to do, but honestly, I do think they need to hire someone or find someone to help them get the funding they need and a place for them so that they can continue to operate, because this isn't the route to go. This is not a fruitful discussion. Thank you.
Thank you. Is there anyone else?
Madam Chair.
Councilman Mays.
Yeah, through you to Mr. Edwards. Mr. Edwards, can you chime in on the discussion on this motion? Yeah, Mr. Edwards, through you, Madam Chair, to Mr. Edwards, there's been some discussion with Ms. Penton and somebody regarding that property on Pearson Road.
You have
Through
the
the
floor.
chair
Yes.
to Mr. Mays. Yes, that would be correct. Myself and Joanne
And
Gurley from the
You would
legal
be
office.
here, both of you, Ms. Gurley and you would be here about time we get to discussion items.
That's correct.
And it looked like Ms. Wilcox will be here as well.
That's correct.
And are you opposed to us having a brief discussion about this?
No, sir.
I didn't think you would be, so I look eager to see if this motion can pass so we can all talk about this and get a better understanding. I think I know what's being said and going on, but I'd want to stick with this motion and see if this majority council will agree to involve us all in that quick discussion. Thank you, Mr. Edwards. Thank you, Madam Chair. I'll be voting for the discussion item.
Thank you. Is there anyone else in this first round? Councilwoman Herkenroder?
Thank you so much, Madam Chair. I just want to explain how I'm going to vote very briefly. So I will be voting no on this because I don't have enough education or information about this for me to be able to have an educated discussion, to be able to make sure that we are looking for solutions to this problem as opposed to just rehashing that problem. So I will not be voting for it until I get more information, but I will be more than
Point
happy
of
to entertain.
information.
What's your point of information?
Through you, Madam Chair, to the Speaker, why, if you need more information, you would vote no to get more information? Why would you do that?
So like I was saying, so I will be voting no. However, should this come up in the future, I will be more than happy to have more conversations. I just personally need to make sure that I have enough context as to exactly what happened over the past 4 years regarding House of Esther, and making sure that we have a very fruitful conversation and a solutions-oriented conversation. Thank you.
Thank you. Anyone else in this first round of discussion?
Yes.
Councilman Murphy. So this is, and it is actually on Jefferson and House of Esther. So there's two that we would be able to have discussion with the administration to enlighten everyone to get good information because the staff is here. Councilman Murphy, you have the floor.
Today, I really wasn't prepared to talk about House of Esther or even talk about Jefferson. But when the Esther situation came up, I said, well, if we go talk about Esther, we might as well talk about Jefferson, which I don't really want to talk about either one of them during the Finance Committee because I really want to get into the work and get the agenda done. So I will be voting no to talk about it because I don't want to talk about it right now.
Point of
It's gonna be-
information.
What's your point of information?
Through you to the speakers. Mr. Murphy, you understand we'll be through with the resolutions. We're asking for a brief discussion in a public meeting. It could last 5, 10, 15 minutes or less. Does that change your mind?
You want to,
So I want to get this agenda done. We got 4 committees to get done. I could see adding it on the agenda and talking about it in the near future, but I'm not prepared because I may want to do some research on Jefferson to see where we at on that. I may want to do a little bit more research on House of Esther and build that facility on Pearson. So I really don't want to get into that right now because that could take a long time. And I know talking about Jefferson could take a long time and it'll take up a lot of time that I don't feel like I'm prepared. And I'm not mentally prepared to talk about it briefly because it's a lot of moving parts when it comes down to Jefferson. And I don't think if we get into that discussion, it's going to be brief.
okay, thank you. Are you done, Councilman Murphy?
Yes.
Councilwoman Priestley?
Yes, I'm going to vote no on this because I would like to have a fact sheet. I want to know a timeline of what happened, when, why we're in a situation, because I believe I heard at a community meeting, and I may be mistaken, that there's a water pipe issue going from the church to the dormitory where the women and children will be housed, and that might have some work to be done. So that's an additional item. So I would like more information prior to having a discussion that will not be a 5 to 10 minute discussion.
Thank you. Is there anyone else who would like to speak? Is there anyone else who would like to speak in the first round? Anyone else? I would like to speak in the first round, and I'm going to take advantage of my second round too, because I'm going to, for this is something that is important. It's not passion. This is a reality. This isn't something that's fake nor a facade. It is very real that we have young mothers, and I'm going to tell you, there was a fight 10 days ago that there were about 30 young women who were out on the corner of Pearson and Fleming who were fighting, and some were mothers. So if it's my passion to care for my community, I am totally fine with that, because we should all have that passion and that caring. A lot of these young mothers do not have, they're not blessed to have a 2-parent household or working. They come from, their environments are often dysfunctional. This program takes them out for 2 years, and they live in this facility. Now, it's interesting that I'm listening to my colleagues who I know probably didn't follow Life or House of Esther, but know that there's not a pipeline and communicating probably in between. That, to me, is discouraging, because we should have an open discussion in public and to be transparent so that everyone knows. I didn't call any of my colleagues to tell them about this because this is the time and the place in the public. Because it's a public property. We're selling public properties, and we need to know what public properties are being sold. For Mrs. Penn to be asked to give her keys up the next day for the House of Esther, one, is unprofessional. Two, that they didn't serve them on anything. And that's just not the way we do business. So the past 4 years, we're doing a timeline. Let's take 2 years. We were in over 2 years in a pandemic. 2 years they had to wait for the water or for their past landlord. So, and let me tell you, I have had better attendance than most of the last council in the council meetings because I came and I showed up. I have not missed. So I'm well aware of the House of Esther and well aware of what's going on with it. And it shouldn't be political because these are people's lives, and it's unfortunate that any person who would not want to listen. I am really discouraged and disappointed because these young mothers will get into a system, and we have an opportunity to change them. This is a city property. We don't have to go pay $10 million for the property. This isn't their water bill. They never had water. It has prevented them from getting open. And the pandemic, City Hall was shut down. What can you do if we're not open? Nothing. You can't do anything. So when we do this and we talk facts, there's a lot. I did requests from legal to get the information because I want it. The community overwhelmingly cares for this. And we need to do better for our community instead of spiking it off because I have a disagreement with this person did this. Do something good for the people of the community. Let's start making our community proud. These young mothers didn't deserve this. And I know when people say, oh, well, you weren't here. No, I was here. I was here more than a lot of other people. And a lot of things happen in this council chambers. But what we are not doing right now is making sure we're taking care of our community. Selling city properties belongs to the taxpayers, to the residents of the city of Flint. Those are their properties. It doesn't belong to us. We make the decisions, but they just simply do not belong to us. And we have to do better. We have an opportunity to do something great, and everyone is shutting down. Housing is a problem. Mr. Hall is in here stating he doesn't have a place to stay, and he has 2 daughters. And we're shutting down an opportunity for housing and life skills and learning and changing the trajectory. We have a housing shortage in Flint. This place houses them. It takes them out of toxic environments, and it changes their lives. To close our minds and to close our hearts to this is just not something we should be doing. I may not get along with each of my colleagues, but I will not ever shoot down a project to make a point with someone. I would never do that. I would never. My conscience wouldn't let me do it, and my God that I serve won't let me do it. We need to do better. This is a project that is worthy. It's a city property. They don't have to go buy a big building. It was Father Duquette. It's where the convent was. Amen. This is something that we could do and make something great. A building that was not in use, putting it back to use, and people did donate. And Councilman Murphy, your mother's room is beautiful. I went there. It's a beautifully decorated room, and there's several other beautifully decorated rooms. If a pipe is the only problem, we need to figure out how to get the pipe there to get the water cut on. Let's start coming up with reasons to get it open as opposed to reasons to shut it down and offering apologies for not doing our job that they elected us to do. On to the second round.
Yeah, Madam Chair.
Councilman Mays.
I've been working with this particular council long enough to count votes pretty good. And from what I've heard, I don't count 5 votes to even have a discussion. But I've been around politics and council for a while. Ms. Winfrey Carter, you'll be chairing the governmental operations, correct, through you, Madam Chair, to Ms. Winfrey Carter?
Yes.
Yes.
And I believe we'll have the same people here. But these rounds are 5 to 10 minutes, 5 minutes, 2 rounds. I'm gonna maneuver, regardless of what other colleagues say, because this stuff been put off by council for years. We got 7 residents in the audience. 7. When I was elected, I do work in committee. This is a committee meeting. It's committee work. You came forward as a resident. You might not be the Mott Foundation. You might not be Ridgeway White. You might not be Phil Schultz. You might not be a big shot to some folks. But to that project, you are the big shots. Y'all done kept that property cut. I hear council people brag about clean up and cut. It could look like a disaster up there if it wasn't for y'all. Through you, Madam Chair, to Mr. Edwards, I'm starting to maneuver. You and Ms. Wilcox could come up, and I hope that they stop the time when you talk. I'm going to weed out 5 to 10 minutes here, and I'm going to try to weed out 5 to 10 minutes on a second motion in governmental ops. Don't make no sense. Should it be a quick motion? People need to learn and know. And Madam Chair, this is time sensitive,
It is
very time sensitive. But I'm not amazed. I'm like, I'm past where you at, Ms. Burns. My pen is thick. Through you, Madam Chair, to Mr. Edwards, tell us what you know about the goings-on recently with this property on Pearson Road in House of Esther.
You have the floor.
Madam Chair,
Yes.
Mr. Mays, I will just start by saying this is a matter that has existed for some time, and as of recently, as it related to some health and safety issues, it had risen to my level. And so what I would tell you is that I had a meeting, I believe it was Tuesday, meeting with Ms. Penton to discuss it, as a courtesy, to try to attempt to discuss what was the situation with this property. I had been given all the documents concerning it from the previous council from 2019, and I believe Ms. Wilcox has those documents. They discussed the fact that the House of Esther was afforded an opportunity by the previous council to purchase or to reconcile, if you will, a $71,000 bill of, I believe it's from water. But they needed to reconcile.
I don't think it was so much from water.
Okay, taxes, I'm sorry. Ms. Wilcox corrected me.
Yeah, we'll get there. I'm just using the time politically.
Understood.
So just feel free.
Yeah, there was $71,000 in taxes that the previous council, by resolution, allowed the House of Esther to reconcile that money within 30 days. And at that point, I believe it was going to be quick deeded to their organization. But that was, at that point, I did ask for, in my discussion with Ms. Pennington.
Let me do a quick point of information through you to Mr. Edwards.
Yes, sir.
Do you realize out of 18 properties, they were the only one put in that 30-day category to come up with that type of money? The only one. Did you realize that?
I
Yeah, we'll get there.
no
Thank you. You can
recollection of that.
continue.
So, yeah, in the course of our discussion yesterday, I mentioned to her the fact that if it was possible, was there any payments, was anything put forth in that 30-day timeline? And, you know, at this point, there was nothing. So in the 2 years also, I mean, or not approximately 2-year time period, I was trying to find out what contact has transpired between her organization and the city's government, to which I find no written communication, I should say that. No written communication to verify or establish a written agreement of some type to fulfill the 71,000 requirements. So as a result of that, of course, these are the city's properties. We're responsible as caretakers, trustees of city government and city properties to oversee and make sure they are safe and secure. So this property also was brought to my attention, not just for that financial reason, but because there were some unsafe aspects that were going on within the context of the building. So that was the other reason that we found. In fact, I asked Ms. Bennington about the fact that, is there insurance? Have you been carrying insurance? Have you been doing something to safeguard that if something happened in this building, there would be, some kind of coverage for liability? And that was really just a question to just see if.
Point
if
of
they believe-
information. Did you ask, have the city been insuring it?
It falls under this, it's still, the property belongs to the
That's
city.
correct. So have the city been insuring it? Do you know?
I do know that because it's one in the city's coffer, it's in the city's collection of buildings, it is covered.
Oh, that's
I
what
do
I
know
want to
that.
know. Continue.
That's pretty much it at this point as far as that discussion was
Madam
concerned.
Chair, through you to Ms. Wilcox, is it something that you want to put on the record?
I think Mr. Edwards covered the majority of it. What I would say is that the reason that the city does cover, as he said, the city covers this under its self-insurance policy. The reason, and I think Mr. Edwards was just having a dialogue with Ms. Penton to see if she had insurance, it's covered but not for occupancy. So the issue from our perspective was once we learned that there was actually, the nonprofit was operating, Ms. Penton and/or her staff were actually using this building, that became an issue for us, health and safety
Through
and
you,
liability.
Madam Chair, point of information. Ms. Wilcox, you just now learning this 2-3 years later?
We just learned that Ms. Penton was actually occupying the building. The
Wow.
building was posted in 2020.
If I may, they've been here. Their whole group been here. That was well known. I'm just totally surprised that nobody in the previous administration or this one knew that. I don't think you can speak for the whole administration. We knew they were there. Ms. Wilcox, I'm interested to know, have that property been posted in an auction?
It has not.
Okay. And I can come back to you, through you, Madam Chair, to Ms. Penton or either one of the representatives. Could I hear from them? Mr. Edwards, I'm thanking you, but I'm going to be looking forward to talking real soon to bring up some history and bring some things up to speed. Can we have that conversation? Let's see what they say and how they feel. Either one or both.
My name is Pastor Lutellis Penton. I'm the board chairman for the House of Esther. We were put in an unfair and untenable position. There are funding sources that are waiting for us to get the deed. If we get the deed to the property, we can have the funds to do whatever is needed to secure it and also to pay off whatever the city is requiring. But nobody wants to give us any funding unless they know that the property is ours. So we're put in an untenable position to be able to come up with that kind of money to be asked to, and we're the
Point
only...
of information, if I may. Through you, Madam Chair, to the Speaker, are you familiar with what they did, this council, with the old farmers market?
Yes, I am. I followed the meetings, and we were told that we could not have a MOU, we could not create a lease between ourselves and the city, period. And they gave us 30 days to come up with $71,000. You can't even do a real estate closing in 30 days.
Madam Chair, if I may, excuse me, Mr. Chairman, excuse me, Ms. Penn, I didn't want to interrupt you, but I want to interject that because there's some similarities, even though there's some differences going on with council and other partnerships and relationships. Don't let me get in your way, because my time is limited, yours is not. Continue.
Well, the House of Esther, to just give some accurate information as it relates to the property. The property does not have back water bills. The property, and the city has the documents that shows that it was taxes. The taxes were $50,000+, and when I talked to the county treasurer, the additional money was for water. And so that gave a total of $71,000 that the previous owner owned per the treasurer of Genesee County. Because she had worked out, I had met with her, and she had worked out a payment plan with the previous owner, and he defaulted. And so when I told her that we could not locate him so that we can continue to renovate our building, she said that they have reached out to him. We worked with Attorney Millhouse to contact him. We worked with Attorney Millhouse, and all the documentation is available to the city through Attorney Millhouse, who worked with us for 2 years to try and get in contact with the owner so that we could extend our lease, so that we could stay there and finish our product. But we were told we couldn't do anything until he paid the taxes, so we had to stop for 2 years. And then we contacted, through Attorney Millhouse, we contacted our council person, which is Councilman Mays. And we worked with the two of them to try and get pipes. The property is there's 5 buildings on the property, for those who don't know. And the property that Esther is in does not have meters or water or pipes. It's the way the building was created when the diocese built the building. So there is no water. There hasn't been any water. We did get a proposal from the union, the pipe fitting union, and Goyette. Goyette, that were willing to put in the pipes and so that we could open, but that never happened. We submitted that, but they said, well, Yvonne, it's been so long that now they were no longer working with the city. And so they transferred us to the other gentleman that was going to be doing the pipes for the city. And he proposed and gave us another way to get water to the building, because without water we couldn't open. We can't put children in there. We can't put mothers in there. And we are not occupying the building. We have not occupied the building. We're not living there, and we're not working there. The only time that we are there is in the summer, and we're outside. So whatever it is that we're doing, we get whatever it is that we need for our girls, and we make sure that the property is kept up. There's 5 acres that we keep mowed and the snow removed and the trash taken out, and we try and keep people from vandalizing the building. We boarded up the windows so that they could not destroy the property. So we've been doing that for 6 years.
Madam Chair,
Yes.
through you to Janelle, how much time do I have? 55 seconds. Y'all continue, because the clock is stopped when they're talking, correct?
Again, we were put in an untenable position because there are people who have told me that have the funds that when we get the property, we will get the funds. We have submitted grants, Mott Foundation, and all over. They want the deed before we can get the property. So we're put in a catch-22 situation, and unfairly so. And I just want this council to look at, are we looking at the saving of human life and putting that on the back burner and doing something positive for the north end of Flint that hasn't been done by this council, doing something positive to bring Flint back or from a disastrous economic blight. This is something positive that we can do, that we put $71,000 in play to stop all of this from happening, to stop a perhaps $5 million complex being for human services, to stop that for this particular injustice. I think it's egregious.
Madam Chair, I'm
Councilman
going to
Mays.
use this 55 minutes, I hope wisely without offending anybody, but I'm pretty sharp. And so what I want to do, Madam Chair, I want to amend the motion to send this to governmental ops, and I so move.
Okay, you want to amend it to send it to governmental
Yeah, I'm going
ops?
to do an amendment to the motion.
There's an amendment to the motion to send it to governmental ops. Is there a second?
Madam Chair,
Councilwoman Winfrey Carter?
I'll support that motion.
Madam Chair,
That motion has been properly supported. Councilwoman Worthing?
I call the question.
Second.
I ain't going to get the vote.
There's a call for the question for the amended one, or which one are you, for the amended motion to send it to governmental ops? It's a call for the question to send House of Esther and Jefferson to governmental ops.
Point of order.
Yeah.
Is there
Is there a second?
I seconded that. Yeah.
I didn't hear you.
Oh, yeah, I'm sorry. Yes, support.
It has been supported by Councilwoman Herkenroder. Madam Clerk?
Okay. Mr. Mays?
No.
Ms. Lewis?
Abstain.
Mr. Murphy?
No.
Ms. Priestley?
Yes.
Ms. Winfrey Carter?
No.
Ms. Burns?
No.
Ms. Herkenroder?
Yes.
Ms. Worthing?
Yes.
The vote is 3 yes, 4 no, and 1 abstention.
3 yes, 1 no, 1 abstention.
Madam Chair.
The motion fails. Councilman Mays, you have the floor.
Yeah, Madam Chair, I really appreciate Mr. Murphy's vote because, you know, I didn't want to offend nobody. And so I'm glad that he voted no for the question because, you know, we asked for 5-10-minute discussion at the end of the business. And here we are maneuvering like we in the Senate trying to maneuver to have conversation on an important matter. Through you, Madam Chair, to Mr. Edwards or Ms. Wilcox, what's the time sensitivity aspect of this communications, these recent communications? Do anybody know?
It's really just a health and safety issue. Once we learned that the building, and I heard Ms. Penton, but once we learned that the building is being used as a base of operations, it was posted actually in 2020. We have to act on that. The city has to require that nobody occupy that building. That's a requirement of posting. No one should be on that property. It's city-owned property, so there should be no other entity in that property. So that time sensitivity is
Let
that.
me interrupt you. We had the biggest expungement fair for the community on that property. And I don't believe that nobody is telling somebody not to maintain, cut grass acres and board up property. That just don't make sense to me. In fact, they were at that property. Now, through you, and I'll come right back to you, Ms. Wilcox, through you to Ms. Penn or the chairperson, isn't it power on in that building? I see lights at night. And if so, how and who is paying for the power?
Yes, we have consumer energy. We got consumer energy in 2016
2016,
when we tried to get the water.
and you've been paying that consumer's bill since 2016?
Yes, sir.
Okay, so that's why I want this council to be very careful when we try to enlighten folks. And I just respectfully disagree with Ms. Worthy. That was a council resolution that gave them a restriction different from any other property of 30 days. I remember it. I remember when Monica Galloway, Kate Fields, and others came up with this, just out of nowhere. And Ms. Worthing voted with them. So I don't want to get that politics mixed up with the 18 properties and the goal and the vision of what was trying to be done here. As they said, the structure was built at a time where more than one building shared the same meter, correct?
That's correct. Or
And-
all the meters were in one area.
Yeah, and all of the buildings was operating on the Catholic, I'm gonna call it diocese of property. And so even during the water crisis, we knew that that city-owned building and that infrastructure could be taken care of. Now, I respectfully disagree with you as well, Ms. Herkenrode, because when it came, Ms. Priestley, because when it came to infrastructure on Miller Road, 1.8 million, some of these same council people voted for that infrastructure project. Now you got pipes in the ground off Pearson Road. The House of Esther ain't gonna cost 1.8 million, I don't believe, and we have the ability to correct that. Even though Jefferson School was requested to be in the conversation, we have some wherewithal. Let's get these properties discussed, would be the beginning stage, and see what we can come up with rather than put it off, put it off, put it off. It's been put off for too long. I mean, if we elected, we got to take the time to discuss some things. This ain't an easy job. Me showing up here 8, 9 years, discussing various issues, this council got to realize this is serious business. That's prime property on the north side. Prime. And so I'm going to stick with it. Is it anything else you want to say, Ms. Penn? Because the political maneuver I'm doing, you get more time than me. And Ms. Wilcox, you or Mr. Edwards. But I wouldn't care if it's 2 council people. I want to convene some communications. And I bet you I got more knowledge of the history of what went on here than any council person. Go ahead, Ms.
The paperwork that Mrs. Cox had referred to as it relates to the building, that was corrected by Attorney Millhouse. He contacted that director and told him that that should not be, and had me take the literature down. So I, based on that conversation I had with the attorney, I just felt that.
Point of information.
Councilman
Through you to Ms. Penn, can you explain to them the role Attorney Millhouse was playing? He was the attorney working on that with the city, correct?
Yes, he was the
City
city attorney. We were referred to the city attorney as opposed to getting our own attorney because the property belonged to the city. And so we worked with Attorney Harold Millhouse for 4 years until he left in 2020. We were still having communication after the 30 days was given to us with Harold Millhouse because he was still trying to get us some way to purchase the property because we had never had a chance to negotiate the price. The price was negotiated for us.
And Ms. Penn, don't let me interrupt you, Madam Chair, if you will. I don't want to offend some of these council folks, but that's why, Ms. Wilcox, I was saying, when you know the details of the communications with Attorney Millhouse and Ms. Penton, and I was involved in some of it, you wouldn't stand and say at this point, nobody should step foot on that property. They've maintained that property for years. And that property would be in bad shape, in my opinion. So that's why I want to really get involved in it, because whatever is happening now, it wasn't happening with the city attorney's office and the communications I knew about. Thank you in the first round
Thank
of
you.
the amended motion.
Thank you, Councilman. Is anyone else?
Yes.
Councilman Murphy?
Here's the deal. Here's where Councilman Murphy is at.
Yeah, they're having a hard time.
Is it on?
Yeah, I can hear you.
Okay, here's where Councilman Murphy at, and it sounds like it's on over here, so I'm not
I can
sure
hear you,
why
yeah.
he's not hearing it back there.
I've gotten a couple people, actually, you can hear them now, Paul?
Okay. When you guys are coming to city council, and my colleague Mays like to say politics or whatever, I don't like the wordsmith that we use, because I heard my Councilman Burns, you talk about that your colleagues ought to do certain things because women, what you just said triggered me, but I'm gonna keep it calm, because all I asked was, I did not want this on the agenda right now, because I came here to talk about the finance and the stuff that's on the agenda item. Not saying that I don't care about that, because I don't want to talk about it right now, don't mean I don't support the House of Esther. I all the way support it, because I went up there with my mother and helped them take stuff up there, they family group when they did the room. So how dare some of y'all interpret, because we want to move this and talk about this later on, as some of us don't want to, don't support the House of Esther. That's not true. And your interpretation of us wanting to hold this and move this to another agenda is not correct. Not that we don't want to talk about it. Maybe some of us just don't want to talk about it right now, and I have a right as a councilman not to want to talk about it now, because I want to get the agenda stuff done and talk about it later on. And I said, if you want to talk about the House of Esther, I'll talk about Jefferson too, because Jefferson is added in there too. So Jefferson is just as important to me as House of Esther. So what I'm saying to y'all, when y'all come up here and talk about this outrageous or whatever the terminology you use, because we don't want to talk about it right now, ain't that we don't care about what y'all doing. It's just that we want to get some of this business done, and we want to move it and talk about it at a certain different other place. So I'm asking y'all, as an ally to y'all who support what y'all do, when y'all come up here and when y'all hit the podium, or my colleagues, when y'all get ready to talk about people and y'all want, because you got to get 5 support. You got to get 5 of us. And then when y'all get up there and y'all get to talking and y'all making these interpretations of what y'all think we is, you don't speak for me. I'm done.
Thank you, Councilman Murphy. Anyone else like to speak in the first round?
Yes.
Councilwoman Priestley, you have the floor.
A comment was made that people are talking about the House of Esther outside of council. That is not true with me. Not at all, and I really find that offensive. I don't make decisions about what I'm going to do in council outside of council. In regards to the House of Esther, I have a question for you, if you don't mind. How much money have you raised since 2019?
Councilwoman Priestley, do you want her to come to the podium?
Yes, please.
Ms. Penney, could you come to the podium, please? Because at that time, when
Yes.
she, that way that her
Yes,
time will stop
yes.
while you're asking the question.
How much money have you raised since you were given the opportunity to purchase the property?
Well, we haven't raised cash, but we've had contributions from donors that in exchange have done labor to maintain the property. We've helped girls. We have 19 outreach girls. So cash, the only cash that we get is from a base of donors that keep they pay the electric bill, they pay the security bill, they pay, they help pay our accountant.
Okay, and that's important, because if you can't be self-sustaining, or at least partially, how can you support it. I support your mission.
Well,
Have I supported it financially? I have not.
no, here,
But-
I think I can maybe clarify some things. We do have a contract with Michigan Department of Health and Human Services, but that's only when we get girls. And so until we can open, we have a contract with Family Court for girls that, I mean, families that lose their children temporarily and permanently. They need somewhere to house those girls. We have a contract to take in foster care girls. But until we can get a building, they can't send us anyone.
St. Agnes School is a church. I'm very familiar with that.
I'm sorry.
I'm very familiar with St. Agnes.
Oh.
I grew up in that neighborhood. My sisters and I wanted to go to the school because all the kids in our neighborhood went to the Catholic school and wore these really cool uniforms. And we got stuck going to Brownell. So I am very familiar with the campus.
Okay.
But I'm sitting here and I'm thinking, have you had any bake sales and raise cash to help
We
support
do
that?
have fundraisers, yes.
Well, that's the kind of information I was looking for. But the fact is that whatever the deal was with the previous council that we are obligated to follow at this point in time, is that there has, according to what I've heard from Mr. Edwards, there's been no monetary changing of hands of anything. And so right now, I'm not going to vote to continue the discussion, period, today. I do want you to come back. I do want you to fundraise. I do want you to have a location. And the place, and I believe it was at either Asbury or at the South Community discussion that we had regarding ARPA, that I heard about the water pipes and the issue. And I think it was at Asbury.
Yes.
There's a possibility that you could get, I don't know if it's eligible for ARPA dollars or not. That would have to come from our compliance firm who would have to approve, you know, the situation if you can deal with the federal dollars and all that. But
I
the
do
fact is
understand that, yes.
But the fact is that right now, we don't have that money.
Yeah, I didn't come here to ask for money. But I do want to share with you that the last transaction that I did with Attorney Millhouse was that we were up for a loan, $150,000, and we needed to show that there would be a steady income. And we got a contract. He said, if you can get a contract, Kelfani Stevens, if you can get a, not Kelfani Stevens.
Point of information, just so everyone knows,
It was,
through you, Calfani was the prior economic development director. He's now with Pontiac, I believe.
but it wasn't him, it was, I'm sorry, it was Brian Larkin, the chief of staff. We met with him after meeting with the Chamber of Commerce. They referred us to them. And what we did was we did get a contract, and Brian Larkin had indicated to us that if you can get a contract that shows that there's going to be a monthly income coming in, then the mayor will take the $9,000 that was donated by Consumer Energy and put towards the $71,000 and help you to get the $150,000. And when we got the contract, all communication stopped in 2020 when Harold left and when Bryant left.
Well, it sounds like you've got short end of the stick, but right now I don't know what we can do. And at this point, yeah, I don't want to put it on the discussion item. I think we're having our discussion right now, and I should not have expanded on it. And I regret to say that to my fellow council members, but I wanted to find out, especially like, you know, in all these years, you had that money that you had to come up with to raise. And I know that if I was in charge, I'd be having bake sales, rummage sales, set up tables in the parking lot, car washes, anything to raise that money.
What we did, in reference to the dollar amount that you're thinking we should have gotten, the community came in and did things. Lowe's came in and renovated. They painted all of the rooms and put down all of the floors. We had those type of income or finances, as you can see. They were tangible finances, so it wasn't cash.
In kind,
Right.
but you need the cash.
Is there anyone else who'd like to speak in this first round? Is there anyone else who'd like to speak in the first round? Well, I'm going to speak in the first round. Mr. Edwards, could you and Suzanne come up here, please? And Mr. Latellis, I want to tell you thank you, because I've always acknowledged when we have a veteran, because you actually helped me out in the pinch for the mayor's, when he was sworn in. And you were the gentleman, you brought the color guard, and you do serve your city well. Thank you for your service. Mr. Edwards, in regards to the selling of city properties, and we talk about how we're picking them out, is there a procedure as to how we're picking city properties out and selling them? Because we have that house on Chelan that has come off of this, and now I was told that we're going to be putting this one up for sale. Is there a process? Are we putting them all in the lump, or are we just picking out certain ones?
I would defer to Suzanne
Suzanne?
Wilcox.
The intent, Madam Chair, the intent was, when Kelfani Stevens was here, to list all of the properties available for sale on the city website at one time. The issue with that is there are different conditions for different properties that were acquired at different points in time. So in 2016, you've heard Councilman Murphy make reference to Jefferson School. In 2017, there are 7 properties. In 2018, there were additional properties. In 2019, there were 3 more. So when we're talking about listing them all, they all have different requirements. In 2019, which is the year that this resolution that we've been referencing for House of Esther was passed, the requirement for those 3 properties, which were actually obtained in March versus December, which has...
During the pandemic, or 2019 or 20?
2019.
Okay.
In March, when that occurred, it's a different process to obtain properties from the county treasurer than the December tax foreclosure. So in order to obtain those properties, in 2019, the city actually had, that's why there's 2 resolutions, the city actually had to pay money for these properties. So in this case, $71,000 in back taxes. Ms. Penton is correct. It included some water bills too, but it was taxes that had reverted to the treasurer. So the city
And then part of it was the water bill, correct?
Exactly.
Okay.
So the city actually had to pay money to the county treasurer, which is different than what typically
Right.
happens in December. So that's
Well,
why.
thank you, Ms. Wilcox, because I want to speak to Mr. Edwards. Because my question for you, Mr. Edwards, is I have a property in my ward, Sunset Village, has a $908,000 water bill, and we're still giving them permits. Almost $1 million. $1 million that they owe the city, and they're still getting permits. So when we're looking at, we're stating part of the House of Esther is owed, water and taxes, and $71,000. We don't know where the $9,000 went, do we, that Consumers Energy gave them? So when I understand, appreciate my colleague talking about the cash, we don't know where the $9,000 went. It was not applied to their $71,000. Is that correct? Did it go to our general fund?
As far as I know, it was money that was paid to the city, so it would have been part of the general fund.
Okay, so can we find, and I'll send to Mr. Whittigan, I'll shoot him an email to find out where that money went, which their project kind of just got, the pandemic, everything stopped. City Hall wasn't open. So I would not say they're not raising funds. You could not do a bake sale in the pandemic. And we're back, our numbers are back rising. And, I mean, people are not even being concerned again. But back to the $908,000 that Sunset Village owes, and we're still giving permits there. So, I mean, I need to understand this. Help me to understand that, because, and I appreciate what they're doing at Sunset Village, as I spoke to the owner today, and he's very transparent, and he's out of New York. Very transparent. He's doing a total renovation, but his project is moving forward with owing $1 million. And you met with him also, which I would have appreciated being a part of that meeting today. But you have the floor.
Yeah, to respond to so much packed into that whole business.
Let's start with the 908,000.
Well, no, let me start with the 9,000 first.
No,
The
I
ni-
want to start, no, I would like for you to start with the 908,000, sir, please.
With respect to the $9,000.
With respect to the 1 million almost owed in water. Let's start there, please.
We can start there. I mean, this is
Thank
this is
you.
becoming political, I know.
It's
But
not
we can,
for
We
me.
can start there at the 900,000. That organization that's asking to do and working towards that property paid 1.2 million in fees that were due. So they did pay money before they started that project to the city.
So it's not showing because where did that money go, the 1.2 million? Because I can't see it. So do I need to ask Mr. Whittigan where the 1.2 million, because it's not showing. That has been, the biggest issue that the association has asked, and you are aware of that. Sharon Bradley, the president, was there yesterday in the meeting. And the question she's a retired banker, and she wants to know, where did that money? It's not showing. Where did that 1.2 million go?
Well, it appears that you already had that information.
Point of
that
order,
you're
Madam
asking me
Chair.
about.
What's your point of order?
Let me be excused for a second.
Yes.
It appears by your statement that you were already aware of that 1.2 million.
No, I'm not.
I will be happy to get you some
Yeah,
follow-up
Mr. Let me be clear. I am not aware of the 1.2 million. I know what they're doing. When you're talking about doing work on the building and paying fees, that's separate. I'm talking specifically to the water bill that they have asked me questions, and I have asked questions because they want to know the 908,000 that hasn't been rectified, and they were able to start this project without paying that portion.
Point of order.
What's your point of order?
The speaker is not speaking on the House of Esther, which is what the motion is for.
Mr. Edwards, please continue if you can answer the question, because I'm asking to figure, because this is one of the properties and how these properties are pulled out.
I think I sufficiently answered the question
Okay,
by
that's.
Excuse me, Madam Chair.
I don't think you
May I
did.
finish? May I
Go
finish?
ahead.
I think I sufficiently answered the question by indicating to you, you wanted to know whether this business had put some investment for toward that 900,000. I'm saying the bill was even bigger than that. It was 2 million, and they put 1.2 million towards that project.
So are they not, so when we're talking about with the House of Esther's bill, which is a combination, and them paying their portion of their bill, did we try, so why was the city not willing to work out something with them like they did they were told, did you meet with them yesterday and ask them for their keys?
Would you like me to answer?
Yes, please.
I met with Ms. Pendleton concerning the fact that I wanted to extend to her a courtesy about the fact that we were going to take some action about this property. This matter, as I said originally, was a health and safety matter, was the focus. I asked her a number of questions, wanted to find out whether the property was occupied. In looking at the documentation that the city council, the caretakers of property and management in the city, had already worked out a particular agreement. Whether that agreement is a good one or not, that's not my call to decide that.
Is there someone looking at this property, or can you share that information
I have
at
no
this time?
have no idea.
Okay.
Councilwoman Burns, I have no idea who may be interested in the property or not interested in the property. My only motive and objective here is that we were exposed to potential liability. So I, as the city administrator, need to act on that information when it's brought to my attention. That was the reason for our meeting. And we're still going to act on the health and safety of that piece of property.
The place has a boiler and it's water. So I know we were working with Sunset. I don't believe the water is cut on there. They don't even have electricity there. There's no electricity over there yet. at Sunset. I know it for a fact. Spoke with the project manager, spoke with the owner today, and they don't have those items either. Is it an issue, or is it something
There's no
we can-
occupancy over there.
Okay. But is there something we can do to work with the House of Esther, like we worked with, like we were working with Sunset Village? And I appreciate Sunset Village.
I think the issue is that the resolution that stands right now is what we're abiding by. And that resolution, and I'm going to read it just so that everyone, because this is a different council that was in place. It says, therefore be it resolved that the Flint City Council approves the acquisition and sale of 500 West Pearson Road to Yvonne Penton contingent upon payment in escrow by Mrs. Penton of the back taxes in the amount of $71,376.87, plus any interest and penalties accrued no later than 30 days from the date of adoption of the resolution, and the city do all things necessary to purchase property for the aforementioned public purpose with revenue and expenditures from the account listed. The issue is that is what we are bound by right now. So in terms of what we can do, I think it's being framed as the administration is opposed to, a facility or a shelter for women, unwed mothers, or that's not the issue. The issue is we have an obligation as the city, and you all do too, as trustees of the city money, to make sure that we are following city policy. So I cannot speak to whether the city is, willing to negotiate. I understand from Councilman Mays that there were some conversations that were occurring through then Attorney Harold Milhouse. I understand that happened, but I don't think that the door is closed, but that we have to operate within the purview of what we are allowed to do right now, which is this resolution.
Thank you, Ms. Wilcox. We're on to the second round. Anyone for the
Madam
second
Chair,
round? Mr. Mays, I believe, had asked.
Yes.
I haven't
Thank you.
spoken.
Well, we're into the second round now, Ms. Worthing.
Thank
I
you.
was the last person to speak, so we're going to go into the second round.
And
now.
I'd like to have
He had
my-
already asked to have it before you.
And I'm asking to go first.
Mr. Mays had the floor first.
Madam Chair.
Mr. Mays, you have the floor.
Usually I yield to my colleagues, particularly if I'm being a gentleman, but it's just been too many call for the questions for me. And so I'm in a political arena. I ain't discriminating. I ain't yielding to man, woman, or child. I might have caught the tail end or something, and if I did, Mr. Murphy, you can correct me. But I'm a little different. The conversations that I have with council, I really want them in open session. And I don't really, from acting as president, vice, finance chair for 8, 9 years, I've bent over backwards not to build consensus and reach deals or talk to more than one council person on a subject matter at a time. I just think it's law. That's why I referred to that Attorney General Handbook, page 7. I'll go on the line because I reviewed the film over the last 3 days. And I can guarantee you 100%, because that's the terminology I used. Attorney Kim advised his counsel 100% that they could deliberate outside of council meetings. If you go to the Attorney General Handbook on the Open Meetings Act, page 7, round the horn, all deliberations is prohibited. And so, Ms. Winfrey Carter, through you, Madam Chair, to Ms. Winfrey Carter, I'll put the video up, have Paul run it in governmental ops. And Ms. Gurley, you can take note. I'll prove that I said to Mr. Kim, Attorney Kim, 100%, are you sure that's not prohibited? He responded 100%, not 99, 100%, and told his counsel they could deliberate in groups. It's wrong. Attorney General Handbook on the Open Meetings Act, page 7. So my point is this, and I said that, Mr. Murphy, because I might have caught the tail end. It's very hard for council to reach a consensus outside of a meeting before they get to the meeting. Deliberations, consensus building, decision-making should be all in an open meeting. I've done what I want to do here today, Ms. Penn and Chairman. It's Penn as well, correct? And I've also did some real quick looking, and I want you to hear this, Ms. Wilcox. Through you, Madam Chair, to Brian with Ernst & Young. Could you come up, Brian?
Mr. Jarzynski, if you could come up, please, sir.
Now, while he's coming,
And I hope I got his name right.
this should be real quick. And I don't mean to put him on the spot, and I won't hold him to what he say, because just like Mr. Murphy, he might want to prepare. But I asked a hypothetical question. And the hypothetical question that I asked Mr. Jarzynski, and I wish that Ms. Priestley was here to hear it. If there's a city-owned property and there are some under-the-ground infrastructure problems with pipes, whether it's City Hall, whether it's the property we own on Pearson Road, Hasselbrink, and Brent, you don't have to be 100% right, but just informally, do you believe that those pipes would qualify for ARPA fund monies?
Yeah, there's multiple ways that you could utilize ARPA funds for that, whether it be through sewer and infrastructure project, which would qualify under sewer and infrastructure, or you could use it under your revenue loss category. as a
Mr.
provision.
Jarzynski, could you,
Sorry,
did I say your name right first?
I think so.
Okay, could you lean towards the microphone, or?
Is that better?
You can bring it down.
Is that
Thank
better?
you. That is better.
So there's probably multiple ways that sewer and infrastructure type projects can be funded through the rescue plan. One could be a regular sewer and infrastructure project, so a component that's designed to improve wastewater and water treatment for citizens. The other would be under what would be called pay-as-you-go infrastructure under the revenue loss or provision of government services.
And would that be water infrastructure under the ground as well?
Yes, yes.
Okay, thank you. And I don't hold you to that, but I'm just trying to get a beginning stage help, because we've been looking at this infrastructure problem with the way that those pipes were built. And I want you to hear it, Ms. Wilcox and Mr. Edwards, because it's some valuable property. We don't know if the House Esther going to be in the mix, but we know there's been some interest on that property. And I can name these various people. At one point, we was talking to the assessor's office. It was mentioned maybe we should split it up in different plots. But when I think of the cooperation that this council gave with, I'm done. Thank you.
Madam Chair.
Thank you, Councilman Mays. Councilman Worthing, you have the floor.
Ms.
I was hopeful coming into this committee meeting, but now it's almost 2 hours later, and we've wasted a conversation as a committee as a whole because there are members that haven't done their research. This is all something that you need to personally call Ms. Wilcox or Mr. Edwards, and please don't waste our time. We have jobs, we have lives, and we want to get the business of the city done. We don't appreciate accusations. We don't appreciate yelling at staff. I had to take migraine medicine. It's hostile. There's compassion. But they've allowed their council person to give them false hope, and they're allowing it. They continue to allow Mr. Mays to give them the false hope that they're going to obtain this building. And legally, they will never obtain it. They don't have any money to do so. This was something that should have never been promised or done to them.
What's your point of information,
Through
Councilman
you to the
Mays?
speaker, have you been on the bandwagon that we shouldn't say council people's name, or is it okay?
Thank you, Councilman Mays. Thank you. Councilwoman Worthing, he's addressing the fact that.
I don't,
generally-
no, I
Excuse me,
deny
I'm-
that
I'm
point of
talking.
information.
Excuse-
No, I have the
Councilman-
floor, Madam
Councilman
Chair, and if you're
Mays,
not going to give it to
Councilman
me, I
Mays.
will appeal the ruling of the chair.
I'm not ruling, I'm giving you back the floor,
Thank you.
Ms. Worthing.
So then I will continue. This has been years, years of wasted time. And I did have compassion for them, but at this point, they are knowingly just trying to get this property for free. That's the only option at this point. They have no cash, they have no funding, they have no resources, and they're asking us to just give them city property. We can't just give our favorite charity city property. You can't do that. That's what this has been about for a long time. And I am resentful of the fact that 2 hours have been wasted of my time, and I was hopeful to get things done today. So I have nothing else to say but that I'm sorry that they continue to let their council person lead them to believe that they have anything in this fight, because they don't. It's a non-issue. Thank you.
Thank you, Councilman Worthing. Would anyone else like to speak in this second round? Would anyone else like to speak in this second round? I will be the last person to speak. It's unfortunate in where we're at in research. I've done my research. And no one is saying to not work with the administration, but let's do it in transparency. So we provide clarity, because it is very clear that the Pentons do not have clarity. When I am comparing a $908,000 bill and them having, that's a big difference. And I do not know where the $1.2 million was given at all. And there's been a lot of issues pertaining around that. And even from members of the community who are esteemed members of the community, who have sending me information because they're watching. They're watching. I've seen properties, and they're not asking for this for free, but that is a misstatement. That is a untruth. Matter of fact, it's a downright lie, because what they stated was we didn't have the time to negotiate. We went into a pandemic. They had told them it was $71,000, consumers that was giving them $9,000, and then they had 30 days, and we had a pandemic. They didn't ask them to give this for free. That was not asked. So when we are stating and quoting, we do need to make sure that we stated and quoted right. It is a good project. And I understand that some of the, my colleagues and even myself may be at odds with Councilman Mays, but I'm at times. But this isn't about any one individual council person. This is about a project, the House of Esther. It is about saving mothers, young mothers, and changing the trajectory of their lives. Shouldn't be personal at all. And I'm going to apologize to you, Judy, because I've defended you in your absence before. I know you're a very kind person, but yes, this bothers me, because we can do this. They didn't ask for this for free. And the administration has lost people. When we talk about the Chief of Staff, Brian Larkin, he's no longer here. He left in December, I believe, of 2021, maybe, or January, or no, December 2020, or by January. We have Kalfani Stevens, who was the Economic Development Chair. He left. I mean, so when we look at the department heads who were able to help, it kind of went to different departments, and then the world shut down because of COVID-19. So when we look at how we're picking and helping properties, I would hope that this administration would see this or deem this project as worthy of being followed through. When we're talking about helping, and Mr. Edwards, I don't generally, I know how hard you work, and I know you were bothered. I know you were bothered by even answering the questions. But I do know that the Pentons are genuine in this project. They didn't ask for it for free. And I would hate to see ultimately down the road that we're given this property that sits on 25 acres to yet another dispensary. I would absolutely hate to see that, because we got marijuana places everywhere. I'm not against marijuana, not at all. Voted for them if you wanted to. Matter of fact, they have some of the nicest facilities that are there that they put money into. But let's do something. If we're doing something for them, let's do something for our community. So we're going to be at odds at this, clearly, with this council. And I sit through conversations not because, and my time is valuable too. I have a job, I have children, and I have a life. But I sit through everyone else's issues that they're concerned about because it's what we call, it's fair. You know, I sit through them, I listen. If it's something that's a concern of yours, or even if it's something that requires us to go off out of these council chambers and it's going to benefit the community, I give my time for that because we are a community, we're public servants. So my time is just as important to everyone else's, and because we just happen to be talking about the House of Esther, yes, it's important. It's very time sensitive. It's very time sensitive. It's very real that they were asked for the keys, that she let them know that she had a board, and I think she was caught off guard. I think maybe, I don't know if there's, you know, I was told the properties are going to sell. We're selling city property. We have the other 18, and I don't even know what happened to Shalon Street yet. When we pulled Shalon off because we had a buyer for $6,000 for Shalon Street. I don't know if that was, did we pass that one yet? I'll have to check and see. We did. So Shalon was, so that was one of the 18 properties that we had. I understand that the city is not in the business as a real estate owner. And I know some of my colleagues had preferred to take back properties, so it's kind of a pull and take when we had the 600 properties. But I think there's one property that could do something, because people weren't treated fairly with the water settlement. They just weren't. 600 million, back off 30% of that, I think it's down to 400 million, and spread that. This is a place that we can teach them how to eat healthy, the mothers, the babies. Lead stays in the body. We can do something good to, like I said, to change the trajectory. And information is something, we need to have good information, you know, and we need to make sure, I feel we should do something for our community. I'm not understanding some of my colleagues' decision. I get they want more information, and I did get Ms. Gurley's going to send it to me, and I will forward all that information to each and every one. Was that the timer? Okay, and I will forward that information to each and every one that she has from former attorney Millhouse, who he is also no longer with the city, who was handling her issue. So that is the end for the second round.
Yeah, she went to the bathroom. I think Eva was the second person on the second round, so you gotta see if there's anyone else for the second round.
Is there anyone else for the second round?
Point of order, Madam Chair.
What's your point of order?
I think we've had the discussion. I would wonder if you ordered this drop without objections, would there be any objections to you dropping this and moving on?
I would like to order this, and then that's, thank you, Councilman Mays, to order this drop without any objections. Are there any objections? Okay.
So order.
So ordered, thank you. It is so ordered, so we will move on. We are going to go to resolution. Thank you, Ms. Wilcox and Mr. Edwards. We're on to resolution number 220173.
Madam Chair.
Councilman Mays.
Yeah, I would move resolution 220173. That's the reconstruction of Saginaw Street with them red bricks from the Flint River to Court Street. I would move 220174, change order number 1, facilities management janitorial services, Haskell Center, and the Bishop Police Mini Station, 220174. I would also move 220175, change order number 1, Ace Saginaw Paving Company, additional asphalt paving materials, and 220176, a budget amendment, transfer of funds FY 2022 third quarter budget amendment. It looked like for total adjustments of $250,000 due to increases in the price of petroleum products. I would move those to council, allowing for any separations would be my motion.
All right, there's a motion on the floor for a master resolution for item number 220173, 220174, 220175, and 220176 to move to council.
Support.
Support.
I think Councilman
I second.
Herkenroder was quicker, Mr. Murphy. It has been so properly second.
Madam Chair. Sorry.
Yes.
You-
No, go
I
ahead.
want the floor for discussion. It looked like you were going to say something.
I was getting ready to say
Okay.
discussion. That's what I was getting ready to do. Is there any discussion?
Madam Chair.
Councilwoman Herkenroder, you have the floor.
I have a question. I believe this would be directed toward Mike Brown regarding the asphalt paving materials for the Water Service Center.
Madam Chair.
Well, hopefully it won't be that long. Hey, I hear that. Is this for when there's breaks along, like, for example, Court Street or any of the side roads? Is this whenever there's breaks and repairs? Is this the asphalt that's used to go back and fill those?
Yes, this
Okay.
is the material that's for the Water Service Center for water or for sewer, whether it's a water main break or it is redoing a catch basin to re-put the street around it, put hot patch and asphalt materials in that area. The cost has gone up quite a bit, and we've actually done a lot more work, so we're below what we thought we would need.
Okay, that was just my only question. I just wanted to confirm I wanted to confirm that that's what I thought it was.
It is.
Okay, perfect. Thank you.
Any more
Told you to be quick.
Are you done, Councilwoman Herkenroder? Any more
Yes.
discussion, Councilman Murphy?
Thank you. For Resolution 220173, the construction of Saginaw, through you to, is it Mike Brown, or, I'm not sure,
Mike Brown.
yeah, Mike, is you over, will you be overseeing this construction of Saginaw Street?
Overall, yes, but the
Okay.
person that will be overseeing it directly will be our city engineer, as he does with all MDOT projects.
So are you guys?
He's right
tearing-
next to me in my office, so we talk all the time, yes.
Okay. Are you guys tearing up the whole, taking the bricks up and the parking meters with the bricks? I mean, I'm just saying, no. I just had to throw that in there. When y'all take up the bricks, are y'all replacing the pipe, the water main?
That'll have to come, right now, we don't have the monies for that, and we've asked for that to be brought up for an ARPA discussion.
So, because I guess that's one of my questions. It makes no sense to do this project on Saginaw and not replace the water mains. I'm not sure what the water crisis, there were concerns that there were churches and businesses that did not get their water main replaced. Are you familiar with that?
Well, I know that when we started the water crisis, the only thing that has been done is homes, and those are single-family homes or SL and single-line replacements. Single-family homes have been replaced so far, and we've only looked at single-family homes in doing that because that's what the WIN funds were for.
And
That's all we can use.
point of information, if I
What's
may.
your point of information?
Through you, if you were getting ready to speak, Mr. Murphy, you understand that those are the service lines, even at the residential versus the bigger water main. None of them were. You understand that? Okay.
So, I guess I'm just trying to, I'm concerned, and I hopefully we can work together to resolve this situation, because it just makes no sense to redo Saginaw Street and not replace the service lines that's going to the businesses along Saginaw Street. Not only them, I'm concerned that we have just focused on residential, and churches and businesses was affected too by this. Because I'm quite sure they got service lines going to their church or to their restaurants, and they should have been included in this water crisis. That's another discussion. But just here for the Saginaw Street, I would like to see you explore looking at what that cost look like, and I think we should replace the main line going down Saginaw Street along with the service lines going to the businesses along Saginaw Street, because they deserve to have replaced lines, those that need to be replaced. I'm not saying all of them, I'm not sure what kind of lines, but I think it should be explored to see what kind of lines the businesses has going to Saginaw and see how much that cost would be. And maybe you need to bring a resolution, and maybe we could look at using ARPA dollars. I'm not sure if it qualifies, but we need to look at fixing that problem too. That's it.
Thank you, Councilman Murphy. Is there anyone else who would like to speak on the master resolution? Because Mr. Brown has gotten comfortable. I don't want to have them to do the stroll down the aisle.
Madam Chair.
Councilman Mays, you have the floor, sir.
Yeah, I just wanted to do this with the engineer, and I talked to the transportation director, Mr. Guy. But what he did, he showed me a picture of them bricks, and I wanted to see if he wanted to hold them up, see them, or share them. But, you know, I'm going to support the resolutions, and I like the picture and the diagrams that he shared with me. And so I told him my smoke, but I'm going to wait and speak on that and let him speak if he wanted to. Now, may I be excused?
Yes, Mr. Adis, you are the city engineer, and could you, yeah, if you get up there, you will not, we will not hear you, because you're like 6'6", 6'7", so. 6'6". Can you show us can you just put the pictures up, because I think my colleagues can see from here.
I can't see from here.
You can't, because I got an extra pair of glasses.
Well, I need them.
If I may, I can
Yes.
pass them out.
Yes, absolutely. Thank you. He came with handouts. We appreciate handouts. You're pretty quick there, Mr. Brown. So you have the floor. Can you describe what the project is? And I'm looking at it. I actually had 2 residents call and ask me about the bricks. Can you just, and what we're going to do with the bricks that are left over? Because they want them as keepsakes.
More than likely, there will be no bricks left over. We're going to use every brick we can. What we are going to do different is we're going to, we worked with the historical people. They're going to allow us to do concrete stamped in the intersections. If you go down the street now, you'll see all those bricks are curved in intersections from turn radiuses. They shift. That's to keep the bricks, current bricks, once we get them relaid, will be in between the intersections. So the intersection will be stamped concrete, looking like bricks. We have to have the historical people agree on the color, the staining and that of those. The rest of it, after the crosswalks will be concrete, they'll be colored the same as the brick area, or the stamp brick area. The rest will be replacing the current bricks back in to the full width across. But because we're doing concrete at those, it should lock the bricks in better so they don't ship as much. Okay.
Just don't stand up.
Right there, okay. So we're trying to lock the bricks in as much as
Paul, is
possible.
that better?
So the idea is to lock them in as much as possible so they don't shift and move around as much, so they last longer.
So, and the bricks have been down there since what year?
They were originally put in between 1898 and 1901.
So that, and that's a very long time. for
They
the
were
bricks.
relayed completely relayed in 1936. And then somewhere in the last 40 years, they were touched relayed. They didn't do the whole street, they just did sections, small sections of it.
So that'll make it more structurally sound, so the bricks don't move as
As
we
much.
change through season, as
Correct.
the ground thaws and freezes and unthaws.
We're putting more storm stuff underneath to get the water from underneath the bricks away from it, which will keep it from heaving as much. We've looked at all the possibilities. Currently, it's got a concrete and it's got a thin layer of sand, so every time it rains, the bricks are sliding on the sand because it's,
Now, this is going to be at the corner, so will these corners all be handicap accessible to
Yes.
where they're flat?
yes.
Okay. Madam, Councilwoman Priestley, you have the floor, madam.
Through you to the city engineer. I see that there's some trees there. There's the concern about heaving of the bricks if the trees are too close to the street. Is there any concern about that as the trees grow, or are they going to use like small root balls?
Well, most of those are existing trees. We're not taking them out. We
Okay.
are replacing the metal grits with a plastic look-alike, because right now the metal ones are choking the trees. The plastic ones you can really easily cut, plus there's no real value, so people aren't going to steal them.
Thank you, Councilwoman Priestley. Anyone else?
Yeah, Madam Chair.
So we're into the second round.
Yeah, I just wanted to be a little sarcastic and ask him, listening to Ms. Priestley, why you ain't putting heat up under the brick so I could run the creme barefooted? I'm just kidding. Let's keep it moving.
If you give me the money, I'll do it.
I ain't gonna even run the creme. I'm too old, man.
I got it.
Councilman Murphy, you have the floor, sir.
When is this project projected to start, and when is it projected to finish? And also, how are you guys going to redirect traffic?
Okay.
How is it going to affect the businesses downtown? Are y'all doing one side of the street first, or how
We have
that?
designed this project to do one block at a time. So it'll be a complete shutdown of one block. The contractor has to do one block completely, including one intersection. Get through that. Once he gets through that, gets it complete, we'll open up that section and do the next block and the next intersection. So it'll be a series. The exact timing will depend on the contractor. The bid letting comes up this Friday for the MDOT portion of this. So I won't know the contractor until probably Monday. The dates of when we're going to start it will depend on the contractor. We have to negotiate that with them. We cannot have anything going, they have to, whatever they start before August, they have to have completely done before August. That's why we're doing one block sections.
They have to have what done before August?
If, let's say they start from Fifth Street to Fourth Street, or from Court to Fourth, they would have to have that whole section done before August 1st. Because of the creme and back the bricks. We have really strict timelines, so we don't affect the back of the bricks or any of the festivals in August.
So Then, once they finish one area, then they're gonna start on the other area. And with that piece, is that a month that you, I mean, I don't know.
I don't know until we talk to the contractor and see what their proposed time. They may not start until the fall, like September, depending on if they need to get materials. I have no control over that. It also depends on if you guys approve the water main, and we can get a good price from whoever the contractor is.
Okay, well, I'm excited about finally getting the bricks fixed. I bet a whole bunch of other people is too, who tired of
I will also mention that we're doing probably about 70 to 90% of the sidewalks will be replaced. The only ones we're not doing are the newer ones or the ones that are brick. The
Okay.
Paving, the concrete paving bricks. we're not
I'm
touching.
excited, and if they decide to, run over the parking meters, I won't complain about it.
Are you done, Councilman Murphy? Is there anyone else who would like to speak in the second round? Is there anyone else who would like to speak in the second round? We kind of moved past the separations.
Point of order, Madam
What's your
Chair.
What's your point of order?
We could still do separations, can't we?
Judy, Councilwoman, do you want to separate?
I have a question about 220176, and we've been discussing the 220173, so.
That's only because I asked the question during the master resolution.
Right, and I'm not separating it unless
Yeah.
I know what the answer is, yeah, so.
Okay,
So
so
if I can, I'm done with them.
you're done with that? Okay, let's finish, then I'll get to that right before, you want to do separations after, so we'll finish up with both of you. I'm excited about this project. The bricks, Michigan, or Flint is famous for the bricks, especially when back to the bricks and bringing the classic cars. And for most women, Councilman Murphy, you cannot walk on those bricks with heels. You can't. But, I mean, because of the gaps, and so it makes it hard, where I've left a shoe in there before and had to, go back and get it, because when you're walking. So, I don't know about having them heated for Councilman Mays to run the crim race, but I would like to see that, though.
For a point of information,
What's your point of
do
information?
you realize I've never tried it in heels?
Thank you for your point of information. We needed a laughing moment. But they do run, I've seen some of the Santa Clauses run the race, the crim. And I don't, was it the Me Too movement? They did it in heels, I believe. So some of the races were. But this is a good project to preserve the integrity of the historical district and the bricks. I appreciate this. I will definitely be supporting. So there will be no more bricks, or the bricks will not be just tossed away.
No.
So I can, because some of my residents wanted to know, because they wanted to know, could they get a commemorative brick? So I will let them know that the bricks are being reused.
We're using as many as we can.
Okay.
Hopefully, we'll use them all, because there's going to be a bunch of broken ones, but we're going to even use those for space savers.
And I will let the residents of the 6th Ward know, because they are very engaged. So I will let them,
If we happen to have some extras that we don't need or something like that, we will let you guys know.
let us know if they want to bid on them or whatever they want to do.
I'll
I
leave
did
that
make
up to you
sure
guys.
that I would ask. So we are on to, you want to do a separation of 220176, or did you just want to?
I have a question about
Question.
it.
Go ahead,
So I have a
Councilwoman Priestley.
question to the administration. So if somebody could speak on 220176, in particular, the 661 fund.
Do you want Mr. Edwards?
I think it's
Wait a
probably,
minute.
yep, right person
Mr.
is
Whittigan?
standing up.
Mr. Wigan?
Yes,
Whittigan?
Mr. Whittigan.
You're the next contestant on The Price is Right. It's a long stroll down.
Madam Chair.
Now, he's our fleet guy.
to Mr. Whittigan. Hey, we don't have any financial data on this 661 Fleet Services Fund. Nothing in our budget packet, nothing in my monthly reports, which I don't have the most recent one. Last one I have, I think, is February. But what the heck is the fund balance? What expenses come out of that? I see we have an estimated ending. How come I don't have that in any packet?
That is an internal service fund. It's not adopted in the council's budget. Actually, I was wondering if a budget amendment for this needs to come to here, but it's an internal service fund for fleet services for
So
the
the-
vehicles.
So the fund balance is general fund that's been transferred over to
No.
the fleet? That's what I was curious.
The ending fund balance in here is about 8.7 million. And those are, just like the other internal service funds, they're charged, so they're vehicle charges, just like your IT fund is an internal service fund, so each department is charged for appropriately for their equipment. Same here with the vehicles and internal service fund.
Okay, that was my question. I have no problem with increasing the expenditures, seeing how I know how much costs more for my
Right.
gas.
Gas, yeah, that's it. That's all it is gas.
But I didn't know where this money was, where it came from. It's not in my budget packet. I have no idea. There's just so many things financially that I don't know about. And you and I have had few little discussions on that. So that I didn't know where this money was coming from.
Yeah, internal service, so IT, fleet, funds like those.
Okay, thank you very much. I
Yeah.
was done. You didn't need to come.
Well, he's with Fleet, so he's got some questions,
Not for me.
or not for you. Well, I do, I do. Mr. Whittigan, we do need to reschedule, I believe, our meeting. I hope you're feeling better.
I have a cough, but yeah.
Oh,
And an ear infection, if you really want to know.
oh,
It's a
oh.
lot of fun.
No, that's not it. It's not when you're a child, definitely not when you're a grown-up, because it can throw you off with
Yeah.
it. How'd you get an ear infection? I don't want to, that is, that's not, okay. So so we're anticipating this to be an increased cost with Fleet because of oil.
Thanks.
No, you didn't. Give me my spray back.
So we're anticipating this to be a cost, so this should cover us through then.
Yeah, hopefully. Our problem is we don't know how long the gas price will stay up this high. I was just looking on Gas Buddy, and for Genesee County, regular is as high as $4.45, and diesel's at like $4.89. But it's killing us.
This should get us through to the end of the fiscal year.
Yeah, sorry, this will get us through the end of the fiscal year, yeah.
See, that's why that guy is there.
Right.
So this should get us through to the end of the fiscal year, and so this should cover us, because I believe that's getting our gas, and with the war, Ukraine, and they may declare war, they're saying the gas prices may go up even higher. So, yeah. So, so this we'll be fine with this.
Yeah.
Okay, that's all for me.
Point of information,
What's your
Madam
point of
Chair.
information?
I've exhausted my turns, so my point of information to you is, can you ask whether or not the fleet people charge those use of those various cars for different department heads and others, including the mayor, to this fund?
His question would be to me, which would be every department head, and I know the answer to that one. They're getting gas out there, they all come out of that fund, all fuel comes from this fund, correct?
That's correct.
Okay.
City vehicles, fuel comes from this.
So whoever, if they have a city vehicle, and they have the little key, the little black key, yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah. Then they're allowed usage to get fuel, which is from the city, and that would include every person who has a city vehicle.
Correct.
Okay.
Point of information, Madam Chair.
What's your point of information?
Is you willing to sponsor a resolution for us to get a key?
I sure want a key at this point, but I drive a 8-cylinder truck, so VA. So, we are all set. I thank you, Mr. Whittigan. And I don't know your name, Mr. Fleet Guy, because you stayed here late with us that night, and then you jetted out of here.
Madam
Literally.
Chair?
Yes.
Yeah, so I had a question.
Oh, well, can you hold on just a second, please? Councilwoman Lewis, you have the floor.
Thank you. So I see that that you guys are looking for more money for fuel, correct? So my question is this, because a lot of residents have come to me and have voiced openly that you guys continuously let your vehicles run. So will this include you all shedding, what's the logic behind you all letting your vehicles run? Because that definitely raises the fuel costs when no one's in them.
That's part of the city vehicle use that we're getting ready to address. We see that problem.
I can't hear.
We see that problem continually with employees letting the city.
I still
Hold
can't hear.
on just a second. Can you, is the button up?
It's up.
Can you pull it a little closer? I think Judy's
Let me get
already.
right in there.
Okay, that was good.
We see a lot of problems with the city vehicles running frequently, and we're trying to address that with getting more people involved in our city vehicle use policy. It's a direct line item on that policy that most people don't pay much attention to.
Point of information, Councilwoman Lewis, you're speaking not the police, because they have to have this, but the, can you tell us which specific department?
Well, the police department.
Well, I
And
believe that
NSO,
their
so I'm not
vehicles
sure.
have to be left running. I believe theirs has to be.
Well, can we get some clarity on that? So through you to maybe Chief Green, just for the residents, so it can be clear, because they brought up several times when police attended events and stuff, the car just continuously runs. And so it'd be nice to hear this before we pass this, to just get a clarification of the use of this fuel. Because again, I understand that there is a need, but when the police is at a 4-hour event and the vehicle is outside running for 4 consistent hours, it makes a lot of residents concerned.
So you would like to, through me to Chief Green, could you answer that question, sir? He just happened to be here tonight. And also, Councilman Lewis, what about the, I know there was a question about was it the NSOs before? Okay.
Hello.
Work.
Hello, Chief Green. Councilwoman Lewis has she has a question. Did you hear back there?
Yes.
About running the police vehicles? Is it required? And what is the purpose of it? So you could just,
Well, there's two reasons why you would see a police vehicle running while they're working. If that vehicle is actually in service, if the officers are at an event, these vehicles are equipped with a lot of high-tech equipment. Also included in that vehicle equipment is charging stations. Some of these vehicles, the equipment in there will draw down on that battery if the vehicle is not running. They shut the battery, if they shut the vehicle down, return to the vehicle 2 hours later, 3 hours later, sometimes the vehicles won't start due to the fact that battery's been drawn down. The equipment gets its power from the vehicle being running through the batteries. That's how it's charged. That's how the equipment is charged, especially in the wintertime. Wintertime, it's not feasible to shut the vehicle down due to the fact it might take 30 minutes to defrost the vehicles, depending on the weather. But those are the primary reasons why vehicles are running.
Okay, so then I would like to transfer that over to the running of the NSO vehicles.
Well, the NSO vehicles, they don't have that type of equipment. That's something we'd have to look into, why their vehicles would be running. If they're at a work site for 4 hours and the vehicles are running, I can tell you the same due to the inclement weather. That's the reason why
we're coming out of our winter season. That's the reason why an NSO vehicle will be running, the primary reason. Prior to, past that, that's something we'll have to look into.
Okay, thank you so much, Chief Green.
Yeah.
Councilman Lewis, did that answer all of your questions?
Yes, thank you.
Thank you, Chief Green, and thank you, Mr. I don't want to call you Fleet Guy. What is your name? Aaron Cottrell. Did I say it right? Okay, say it again for me. Cottrell. Thank you, Mr. Cottrell and Mr. Whittigan. Now we're on to the master resolution, which is item number 220-173, 220-174, 220-175, and 220-176. Madam Clerk, roll call, please.
Ms. Lewis?
Yes.
Mr. Murphy?
Yes.
Ms. Priestley?
Yes.
Ms. Winfrey Carter?
Yes.
Ms. Burns?
Yes.
Ms. Herkenroder?
Yes.
Mr. Worthing?
Yes.
Mr. Mays?
Yes.
The vote is 8 yes, 0 no on the master resolution.
The vote is 8 yes, 0 no. It will be moved to council.
Madam Chair.
Councilman Mays.
Yeah, real quick, Madam Chair. I think, what's the day? The 4th of
May 4th.
Yeah, because tomorrow, the 5th, I had to pay my insurance today. I knew it should have been the 4th. But why I took this opportunity in discussion items might need to be here nor there, but I'm very concerned about the budget and budget amendments, and I want to take this time in Finance Committee meeting, a brief second, to say this. I can only speak for me, but I see a variety of amendments, particularly, Chief, in the police department. Public safety, for me, is number one. I've seen some today that scared to kind of trip me out, I'm going to put it that way. Public safety is at the top. And we have an opportunity in this budget to budget for civilian personnel to help get the backlog down, in my opinion, of complaints stacked up and backlogged in the Detective Bureau. We have an opportunity to do commercials and recruit and try to get our personnel right. We have the opportunity to give sign-in bonuses and different stuff to get our public safety personnel right and to maintain them. And so not only do we have the opportunity to do that, I know Ms. Winfrey Carter and I fought last year for cameras. The chief talked about one $12,000 camera, 10 of them would be $120,000, 100 of them would be $1.2 million. The other day, I asked Attorney Kim, and today is Wednesday, and I think I said by the end of this week, through you to Attorney Gurley. You was attending when I had those conversations about those amendments, correct?
That's correct.
Attorney Gurley, and if I may, Madam Chair, I want to make a note. A budget amendment that would allow for us to give the police department funds, crime prevention as it relates to cameras. I guess the amount and number can be negotiated. I request that type of budget amendment. A budget amendment as it relates to hiring civilians and or personnel coming out of the academy. Primarily, I want to, Chief, try to see if we can get some of them complaints sorted through in the department. That would be a budget amendment as it relates to civilian and or sworn police officers and personnel. We can talk about that, but I want to live up to what I'm saying. So that's two. And then 3, you got cameras, you got police personnel, and then an advertising budget as it relates to recruitment of officers, advertising and or signing or retention bonus type budget. And I'll stop maybe at those 3 categories and ask that those type of resolutions be prepared. And we've got until, that's another thing, Finance Chair Burns, we're going to need a special meeting after these hearings. The callback is on the 12th. I'm asking that the chief be in the callback. I'm asking that the mayor's office be in the callback. I'm waiting on some.
I'm sorry, Councilman Mays. Go ahead, sir.
I'm waiting on some specific information as to the personnel and the increases and the how much is in the mayor's department. So I'm asking the police, the mayor's office, and then we got blight coming up. And so I'll see if we need callback in blight. But through you to Attorney Gurley, I know there'll be some amendments that I'll propose in blight, and they will deal with equipment and or personnel. 2 different ones, equipment and or personnel. And it was another area that I wanted you to work on an amendment on at my request. And what was that area? I can't recall, but I listened close to Attorney Kim's strategy. In my opinion, Finance Chair Burns, that strategy would entail a special finance meeting prior to the day that we got ready to adopt that budget. And by the time crunching in on us, we're in May. I want to take time to have those specific discussions regardless of what happens to the budget, whether it's amended, whether it's passed as is, or whatever. But I want to make sure that I do my job on behalf of the residents, particularly in the area of public safety and blight elimination. Attorney Gurley, it's going to be one more that I can tell you now, which the dollar amount I might attempt $2 to $4 million as it relates to new builds and rehabs for residential property, new builds and rehab. And we can talk between now and I figure we got less than 30 days. Thank you, Madam Chair. I needed that discussion in Finance Committee meeting. And Attorney Gurley, I appreciate you making those notes. And I'm able to do that here in an open session. And we'll continue to talk privately and see where we end up at. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you, Councilman Mays. Does anyone else like to discuss? We're in discussion items. Anyone else? Anyone else? Councilman Mays, I need you to get me I'll get with you to get a list of the callbacks. I want to make sure I'm also, and Attorney Gurley was taking notes. She's a pretty quick writer. She was shorthand as you were talking. But a list of all of you, if you want callbacks, so that I can make sure we get that to the administration if you have any callbacks or any other questions from May 12th.
Madam Chair.
Councilman, also, and to my colleagues, the handling of the MERS costs, our legacy costs, will be there on May 12th. So
Beg
that
your pardon.
the company that, well, our MERS account, the legacy costs will be there on May 12th for that meeting.
And Madam Chair,
Yes.
through you to Mr. Whittigan. Mr. Whittigan, can you hear me? Whether you walk this way or you stay relaxed, Mr. Whittigan, we had conversation in the meeting with the attorney's office, and he referred to a settlement type of account. And he said out of that account, that's how they use that money to settle damage claims and to contract out workers. We requested through him the amount in that fund. And can you hear me? So I want to see if before May the 12th, you could get us the money amount. I want Clyde to distract you. Go ahead, Clyde. I'm trying to get his attention. I want to see if you can get us that amount and what that fund looked like and where it comes from, because I was asking them about maybe moving it to their budget, but they say it's administered from your budget. So I'm going to need a little feedback on that. If you want to give it to me now or later, that'll be fine. But I'm interested in the amount in that account and how that works. Thank you.
All right.
Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you, Councilman.
Madam Chair, would it-
Councilwoman Herkenroder.
I was just going to make a motion to adjourn.
There's a motion on the floor to adjourn.
I support.
It has been so properly supported. Madam Chair, Madam Clerk. I'm sorry.
Mr. Murphy?
Absolutely.
Okay. Ms. Priestley?
Yes.
Ms. Winfrey Carter?
Yes.
Ms. Burns?
Yes.
Ms. Herkenroder?
Yes.
Ms. Worthing?
Yes.
Mr. Mays?
Yes.
Ms. Lewis?
Yes.
The vote is 8 yes, 0 no to adjourn.
The vote is 8 yes, 0 no. It's 7:30. Finance Committee is adjourned.
Madam Chair.
Councilman Mays.
You know you could order that adjourned in a committee without a,
Councilman Mays.
when it comes to a committee meeting.
Thank you, sir. Who comes up here next, Jerry? Oh. Well, I'm gonna wipe it down. Okay. No,
Yeah,
Okay.
they drank all mine in the back.
So where do I go? I don't need to talk no more tonight. I go where there's no speaker.
You said Clyde? Oh, he got one back there?
Oh, it's gonna be a second.
Oh, I ain't gonna pay for it. All right, cool. All right, yeah, I got a thing full of ice. I appreciate it. I'll go and grab it.
Well, thank you. I need to get this.
Present.
Ms. Priestley?
Present.
Ms. Winfrey Carter?
Present.
Ms. Burns is not in the room. Ms. Herkenroder?
Present.
Mr. Pfeiffer is absent. Ms. Worthing? Ms.
Ms.
Worthing?
Present.
You have 7 members present?
We have 7 members present. That moves us to the reading of the Disorderly Person City Code subsection, Section 3110, disorderly conduct, assault and battery on disorderly persons, and will be subject to arrest for a misdemeanor. Any person who prevents the peaceful and orderly conduct of any meeting will be given 1 warning. If they persist in disrupting the meeting, that individual will be subject to arrest. Violators shall be removed from the meetings. Are there any public speakers?
Hello, hello? Ms. Herker-Merkles. My name is, Madam Chair, my name is R. Errol Mitchell, and I live at 759 East Linden Street. And for the record, through you, Madam Chair, through Ms. Priestley, we the people thank you for speaking up for the House of Esther, because you went there as a kid and back from you into my councilman Murphy talking about the marijuana. You want so money so bad. You see what the little kids done to every school in Flint. 7 people with them gummy. Anyway, back to you, Ms. Work. You said you don't on spirits and stuff. You and Ms. Worthy talking about you don't know about the House of Esther and the people. We the people see you. And you're about to get, never mind, but about that, I can't have to talk with this stuff on. And you see what happened, we got in this catch-22, you see what the woman with the money, Suzanne Wilcox, you see how easy peoples like that put you out of the house and tear your house down and throw you under the bus, so to speak, and the man right here, and they called himself fixing something, and then they flooded his house, and then they still study trying to get him when he's in it. And that's how Flint is, and you and Ms. Worthy, school teachers, talking like y'all ain't gonna go along with it, talking about getting stuff for free. And for 7 years now, you've been doing colored peoples like they don't count, like it don't happen to white peoples, like you ain't up, you only 27 years old. You ain't had a baby yet. I keep coming back. That's all. I mean, you talking about you. Hello, this thing on. And, wow, you going to let me talk. And, now listen, and the woman over there. And, girl, you ever heard of Black Wall Street in, okay, I'm trying to.
Thank you. Next speaker.
My name is Ray Hall. I live in the 5th Ward. No matter what the city of Flint brings against me or whatever, I'm always remain an activist. I'm always fight for my city. I love the city of Flint. Some people don't take it personal. Maybe it just falls off of them. But what happened to us with the Flint water crisis and the Flint water criminal prosecution team supposed to represent the city of Flint. They already got $30 million out of us, dropped all the charges. Now Attorney Nessel is, after 8 years, hasn't even spoken and said, hey, what they've been through with the crisis, stand with us or anything. They're going for another $48 million, and now they're telling us it's 2 years. They haven't spoke to the citizens, the people, the persons, or whatever we is, or spoke to me, period. I'm taking it personal. They had this office downtown. It's been closed. We don't have no advocacy. We're supposed to have websites. We're supposed to be getting transportation to take us to these hearings. Everything that we need to know what's going on, because we have been criminalized. We have been victimized by the governor and all of them before this. It's already known. So just to get to a point, make it straight, I am asking the council, which I'm actually doing is putting it on record, but I'm asking the council that the councilman that Mays has already put on record that we need to bring these people to the steps. That don't mean people from Flint gonna show up anyway, so they'll either they fill it up or they won't. It doesn't matter. They have done wrong. They're fraudulent in what they're doing. They're getting millions and millions of dollars. They're down there spending money down in a building that's closed that we have no access to. And hey, if you all want to let the water crisis go like that and blindly act like everything is okay, that's on you. But as a citizen, just like he has a right to speak and babble or whatever, now I have the right to speak and babble, and anybody else who wants to come here, I am not going for this. If you continue to want to live like this and let this thing bypass, we got videos, music, everything in the world to let the world know that what happened in Flint is wrong. And if you all are not willing to stand up for what you already put down on record and say, they're taking $7 million every year. I don't need to tell you what's going on. All I'm doing is putting it on public record. You will see and hear from me again about this. I got to go back to where I was because the activist that I am, that I got to be shut down and told now whatever. But
Point of order, Madam
I just want
Chair.
to get to that point that I'm asking to be an
Mr.
advocate
Point
for
of order.
Hall,
Flint, to the
Mr.
city
Hall,
council.
Point
Mr.
of
Hall,
order.
Mr. Hall, your time is up. Yes, Mr. Mays, what's your point?
Well, you know, when I call a point of order, Madam Chair, even you should cease talking or you could be removed. My point of order that was trying to get the talking to cease had to do with your ruling of 30 seconds over.
Thank you so
And
much, Mr. Mays.
Let me finish my point.
Mr. Mays, your point is well taken.
Well,
We are
my
now
point
onto the
is the
council
discrimination
response.
aspect of it.
Mr. Mays, we are now on council response. Is there any council member who wishes to respond to the public?
Yeah, I will, Madam Chair.
Go ahead, Mr. Mays.
Madam Chair, I'm going to respond to Mr. Hall, but first I'm going to respond to you. I see what you're doing, and I don't like discrimination and different treatment by you or nobody else. I was waiting to see how you would handle Mr. Hall. Mr. Hall, no offense to you, but this chair done dealt with this elected official for 30 seconds, over, like she's a nitpicker for that wrap up. And then Ms. Burns and others said, let's do away with the wrap up policy. Here I'm an elected official, and I see discriminatory treatment of me and others by Ms. Herkenroder, particularly. And then I see people jump on the bandwagon and discriminate. Mr. Hall, you're 100% right. Todd Flood was prosecuting them fraudulent bond sales. I've had him on the agenda. The old council didn't pay attention, and I don't know if this council will. I've heard Mr. Murphy talk about it, but we in $7 million a year debt for what I believe was a fraudulent bond sale that shouldn't have happened. We'll see when it shows up on the agenda with this council, and we'll see who and what shows up here to discuss it. I wouldn't care if the Attorney General herself came, along with Kim Worthy and Hamad. This is a 2-minute response to you. I take what you say very seriously, and if anything you want to do working with me or anybody else on it, it's number one for me. Thank you.
Thank you. Are there any other members who wish to respond to the public?
Yes.
Mr. Murphy?
I want to respond to R.L. Mitchell. You talked about the marijuana. I did get some emails and some calls. I guess I did it. Yeah, it ain't I guess. I did do an interview, I guess, on the day of 420. And I guess, I'm not sure, I didn't see it on the news, but just to clarify, the community benefits agreement that I talked about with the marijuana dispensaries is just, it ain't mandated, but I just thought it was something that we could look at doing. I support the law. I support recreational marijuana processing center because it is the law. I'm just saying with all of the different marijuana recreational and processing and medical marijuana centers popping up in our community, I know my councilman, Dr. Lewis, talked about seeing how many did we have in the city of Flint all together, and I think we did get those numbers from Suzanne Wilcox. I just think putting together a community benefits agreement would be good. It could be to a point where a marijuana processing center or recreational center or medical marijuana adopt 5 or 6 vacant lots around a center. You know, the community benefits agreement could be where they plant flowers on a particular corner. It could be where they donate funds to, it could be any variety. So I'm just asking my colleagues to look at what they would like to see in the community benefits, and I think we should work on drafting a community benefits agreement, not only for the marijuana dispensaries, but for other businesses in the city of Flint. Maybe we could do it with the liquor stores. So that was just that piece, what you speaking on marijuana. I wanted to respond to you on that and the public.
Thank you. Are there any other members who wish to respond to the public comment? Are there any other members who wish to seek to respond? Seeing none, that moves us down the agenda. We have no resolution, so that brings us to ordinance 220166. The chair will entertain a motion to amend resolution 220166 to resolution 220166.1, which you should all have.
Madam Chair,
Ms. Priestley.
I so move.
It's been moved. Is there support?
Support.
It's been moved and properly supported. Is there any discussion on the motion to amend resolution 220166 to 220166.1?
Yeah, Madam Chair.
Mr. Mays.
Oh, I couldn't hear you. I just happened to look up and see you pointing at me, but if you said something, I didn't hear it. Because I was looking at this amended ordinance, this handout, that's a .1. Who's here? Mr. Edwards, through you, Madam Chair, to Mr. Edwards, if you know. I want to find out if this is the same reckless driving ordinance and have the confiscation of cars now been taken out to and what's happening now is a $900 fine. Somebody, and I'm going to first call on you, Mr. Edwards, to see if you know. Through you, Madam Chair, to Mr. Edwards, could you approach? Wow. Mr. Edwards, are you familiar with this, or should I turn to the city attorney? I kind of overlooked when I called you up, if you want to.
I'm sorry, through you, through the chair to Mr. Mays, I was at a bit lost. Are we, what are you referring to? I'm sorry.
Okay, I'm referring to this draft amended ordinance we had before us, a reckless driving ordinance. Let me do it this way. Through you to the city attorney, Madam Chair, do you know if this is the same reckless driving ordinance that they was going to confiscate cars? And when I look at it and I see MCL 257.626, I want to know, is that the state law they was referring to as it relates to those forfeiture of cars, if you know? If nobody knows, then I want to find out between now and Monday if it moves to council. Would this be moving it to council for first reading or second reading and adoption? Through you, Madam Chair, to Janelle, you know? First reading. That would still give us time to find out, Ms. Gurley and Mr. Edwards. So if it's moving to council for first reading, and if it moves to council, I got plenty of time in between first and second reading. That would give us all time. And so I'm satisfied if you guys said we can find out between first and second reading. But my concern is the confiscation of the car aspect. Through you, Madam Chair, to Mr. Edwards, you know something?
And I would acquiesce to the city attorney, but I remember in the discussion, and I did read the state law. The state law talks about, it does grant this, and it was about adjoining these two together. The state law allows for confiscation. It's in the state law.
So I want to research that between now and second reading and adoption. Through you, Madam Chair, to Attorney Gurley, let's look at MCL 257. Let me get my glasses. 257.626 and see if that's that state law. And Ms. Gurley, in between first and second reading, if this .1 replaces the forfeiture clause in the local law, and if that 257.626 addresses forfeiture and compensation, I do see a administrative fine of no more than $900. And I want to see how that $900 meshes with our $500 limit as it relates to local ordinances and things of that nature. And so I want to double check that $900 and that type of thing. Through you, Madam Chair, to Attorney Gurley, do you see my 2 or 3 concerns?
I do. In reference to the .1,
I couldn't hear you.
in reference to the .1,
Yes.
what was extracted from the original ordinance was residential. So now
What's the what?
was referring to residential only.
Okay.
And so now the ordinance speaks to all of the city, not just residential.
So that was one of the main amendments.
Correct.
Okay. And do we see that anywhere in the, can we read it or see it, or we just know it's there?
What was actually removed?
Okay. Okay, so it applies to the whole city of Flint because that specific was removed.
Right, and that should be in paragraph A where it's removed. I don't have
It was removed from paragraph A.
Correct. And I
Okay.
don't have a copy.
Now, probably I would want to see it as a discussion item in legislative in between first and second reading. I'm a request through you, Madam Chair, to Janelle and whoever is doing these legislative agendas. I don't know how involved Mr. Pfeiffer is, but I want this ordinance as a discussion item in the next, well, in between first and second reading. Mr. Edwards, I appreciate you. Ms. Gurley, I appreciate you. And if you got the notes, we'll see what happens from there. Thank you so much.
Thank you. Is there any other member of council who wishes to?
Yes.
Mr. Murphy.
As I was reading this ordinance, I did not see anywhere, and this is through you to the attorney, where it talks about reckless driving in the parks. And I know in my ward over there at Dewey Park, we have reckless driving in the parks. So I don't know whether this will cover that. We did a mural on the basketball courts, and they did donuts on the basketball courts. So I'm in the process of redoing the murals. I remember over at Burston Fieldhouse where Commissioner Nolden had a rubber mat basketball court laid out, and they went and did donuts in Burston Fieldhouse basketball outdoor courts and tore it up after they had did it, so they had to fix it. And they had put, I think it was a puzzle rubber mat that they used for that court. I think me and Councilman Dr. Lewis talked about, I think they just did a cleanup in Savage Park where people are using the park grass as a parking lot. And they, instead of them parking in the parking lot, they parking in the grass. And I done, it's happening all over the city of Flint. So I'm not sure, and through you, through the chair, through you, will this cover people doing reckless driving or driving on the grass in the parks, you know, just using it as a parking lot? I mean, because you got kids playing in the park, and they can bag back, trying to bag out and run over a kid or anything, not seeing the kid behind them. And then sometimes when they come in the park, they probably be drinking, buzzing, and been poured out and ran over a kid, not seeing them. The park is not for them to park in the park. It's for them to enjoy the park, but they are using it as a parking lot.
If this ordinance is passed by council, it does cover the entire city of Flint. So if the park is a city-owned park, then it will cover it.
Because when it talks about residential, it almost seems like, I almost kind of would like to see residential and or parks.
The actual residential language was removed. So in the point 1, it simply says the city of Flint, which would be in paragraph A.
So is this the point 1 right here, or this one that's attached?
That one.
This one right here?
That's the point
Okay,
one.
so this the one, okay. Because I was reading this one right here that had the residential.
Right.
Okay. All right, well, long as it cover parks too, I don't mind moving this to council if we could, if we good.
We're good.
We good?
We're good.
All right, I'm good.
Okay. Thank you. Are there any other members who wish to speak? Are there any other members who wish to speak in the first round? Are there any other members who wish to speak? Hearing none in the second round, Mr. Murphy?
Oh, my follow-up. Burning rubber, I did not, is burning rubber considered sliding? Because I'm looking at techniques such as figure eights, sliding, drifting, and donuts, but they do a lot of burning rubber. So is that the same as sliding?
I think that's a good question.
I'm going to have to find out because my point of reference is Fast and Furious, right? So I got to look at what they do and equate it to that. And so I know what a figure eight is. I saw some sliding, but during the sliding, there was that burning of rubber. So anything that can be considered reckless would fall into this category. So the burning of rubber, if it is in the midst of doing something reckless, would apply also.
They may not be driving reckless, but they may burn rubber. I mean, you know, they just try to find any kind of loophole to justify what they doing. So I just want to make sure we cover all grounds because they burn rubber. Like even with their cars just spinning, however they do, I don't know because I ain't never tried it. But I just want to make sure that we covering burning rubber because when I was reading it, I didn't see that. That's it.
Yeah, Madam Chair,
Mr. Mays?
through you to the keeper of the records, what is the motion on the floor?
Mr. Mays, the motion on the floor is to amend Resolution 220166 to 220166.1.
Is that the motion, Janelle? Okay, thank you.
Okay, is there any other council member who wishes to speak in the second round?
Madam Chair.
Dr. Lewis?
Okay, so Attorney Gurley, I just want to go back to the burning of the rubber / the spinning of tires. So yeah, that's definitely needed because in my neighborhood, like I expressed last meeting, it was a Mercury Mountaineer, an old one, yeah, getting loose, not at the stop sign, spinning their tires, not going anywhere, but just sitting there, spinning their tires, creating a big smoke screen. And so that's one element of that burning of the rubber that we were talking about, yeah, because I don't, you're destroying their tires, creating a smoke screen in the neighborhood. So I think, please look into that if you could.
Sure, and if it doesn't fit into this for reckless driving, it may fit into a nuisance ordinance
Yes.
that we have. So, but I'll see if it is covered, you know, by the language of this ordinance that's being proposed.
Okay. And then going back to the nuisance piece, what about the reckless revving of the engine? Does that count under the nuisance piece?
It could also be under some of the city's noise ordinances as well. So I think that there's a variety of ways to get at it, but I can check into that further for you.
Okay, thank you so much, because, you know, a lot of cars, they have rigged them to sound like they are loud, and you hear them coming a mile away, and it is a nuisance. So thank you so much, Attorney Gurley.
Sure.
Yeah, thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you. Is there any other member of council who wishes to speak in the second round? In the second round? In the second round. Hearing none, that takes us to the vote on the motion to amend Resolution 220166 to 2B, Resolution 220166.1. Roll call, please, Madam Clerk.
Mr. Mays.
I'm going to abstain until I get a clearer definition of enjoyment and abatement in subsection A. I abstain.
Ms. Lewis.
Yes.
Mr. Murphy.
Yes.
Ms. Priestley.
Yes.
Ms. Winfrey Carter.
Yes.
Burns. Ms. Herkenroder.
Yes.
And Ms. Worthing.
Yes.
Vote is 6 yes, 0 no, 1 abstention.
The vote is 6 yes, 0 no, 1 abstention. That motion passes.
Yeah, Madam Chair.
Yes, Mr. Mays.
Before we move to that, through you to the city attorney, in between first and second reading in subsection A, I want you to have some discussion with me about enjoyment and abatement. You see that language? I look forward to the conversation. Thank you.
Thank you. The chair will entertain a motion to send Resolution 220166.1 to council for first reading.
Madam Chair. So moved.
It's been moved. Is there support?
Madam Chair, I support.
It's been moved and properly supported. Is there any discussion on the motion to send Resolution 220166.1 to council, or excuse, to council for first reading? Any discussion? Is there any discussion? Final call. Hearing none, that takes us to the vote on sending Resolution 220166.1 to council for first reading. Roll call, please, Madam Clerk.
Ms. Lewis.
Yes.
Mr. Murphy.
Yes.
Ms. Priestley.
Yes.
Ms. Winfrey Carter.
Yes.
Ms. Herkenroder.
Yes.
Ms. Worthing.
Yes.
Mr. Mays.
Yeah, I'm going to abstain until I can get a better understanding of the term enjoyment and abatement in subsection A.
Okay, the vote is 6 yes, 0 no, and 1 abstention to send ordinance 220116.1 to first reading.
The vote is 6 yes, 0 no, 1 abstention to send to council for first reading. I do want to look at this discussion item that we have on the agenda. I don't, however, believe that it was referred in December 14th of 2022, considering we haven't quite gotten there yet. I do believe the proper date would be February 14th of 2022. This was a requested discussion item by Councilman Murphy regarding the St. John Street Committee. Mr. Murphy?
Yes. Through you to Suzanne Woodcox. Could you come to the podium right quick? While she coming to the podium, I want to make it perfectly clear, because I think I listened to a podcast, or I wasn't here one day, where there was a proposed purchase to try to purchase the old Security Credit Union, and it was alleged that we held up them purchasing a credit union. No one stopped anybody from purchasing a credit union. They could have purchased it if they wanted to. If it wasn't zoned for what they wanted to, they still could have purchased it. I suggest that when people go to try to purchase property, you see that that property is zoned to do what you want to do. If it's not, you just may, that's on you whether you not want to purchase it or not, but I don't want it to feel that the council or me, because I had reserves on supporting one person over another, was the reason why they lost $50,000. They lost $50,000 because, or however much they lost, because they the one decided they didn't want to purchase it. All they had to do was buy the building. It was for sale, give them the money, and you got it. Suzanne, through you to Suzanne, could you update us on the St. John plans to be implemented in over there in that area on West Boulevard Drive? I know it was proposed in a proposal to earmark $250,000 of the sale of the old St. John Center. Correct me if I'm wrong, my colleagues that's been here longer than me. Is that a goal or is that a proposed? How is that being implemented? Is it for Pacific Projects? Could you just update us on where we at with this project with the St. John?
Sure. We have, through you, Madam Chair, to Councilman Murphy, we had our staff, some of our neighborhood planning staff work with the St. John Historical Committee over a period of time to develop plans for a park after the 3420 St. John Street parcel was sold. We have a sincere desire, I would say, to make sure that the memories of what happened to that neighborhood and the Floral Park neighborhood were recognized. We did not feel that that property would actually commemorate that. So we started working with the Historical Committee, St. John Street Historical Committee, to put together a plan to actually recognize the contribution of those two neighborhoods, St. John Street and Floral Park, as a result of, really failed urban renewal policies that occurred in the 1960s. And so there has been a plan that has been developed. You've been part of that plan. The neighborhood committee was really the historical committee was really the driver behind this plan. We really wanted to take their input in terms of what they would like to see. And so we've identified an area along West Boulevard Drive and the Flint River Trail connecting to Whaley Park on the east side of the river. And the plan involves quite a few things: improving the Flint River Trail, involving memorial bronze statues for some of the kind of high-profile people that were impacted and made contributions and were part of that neighborhood. Removing the Utah Dam, installing a pedestrian bridge across the river to connect Whaley Park with West Boulevard Drive, having some passive recreation, building potentially, there's some conversations, but a pavilion there have been some conversations about what form that takes, but the plan right now calls for construction of a pavilion, using it, as I said, passive recreation, having some opportunities for, sitting benches installed along the trail, improving septet improvements to the trail to make it more safe. And there's a number of so there's actually a plan, which I think the mayor has kind of made public right now, and we are working on fundraising for improvements. We have some thoughts. A portion of the sale of certainly the St. John Street property is something, but the city will be making plans to make a foundational investment into that project, and we will continue working with the St. John Street Historical Committee to make sure that that happens. So we're looking at a number of sources of funds. We've we've identified many different grant opportunities. The sale of the property is obviously not going to pay for the entire project, but it's a large-scale project. We've had some philanthropic interest in this project, and so as we work to kind of put together the details of it, identify fundraising strategies, we will be, more fully sharing that plan and working with some of our philanthropic partners on more fundraising efforts.
So are we waiting to come up with the total amount of money before we move forward on any kind of physical project on there, or are we?
No, we have identified, and honestly, I don't have the budget in front of me right now, so I can't remember, but I want to say the project cost was approximately 1.8 million. But that's my best recollection, so I can get you that exact number. But our plan is not to, there are pieces that can be completed in the project without having all of the funding identified. So we are actually looking to, use our neighborhood planning staff to start prioritizing that, identifying which projects we can start proceeding on right now, working with the group again to prioritize that, and then we will continue to fundraise. But the plan is not to wait until we have all of the funding in place before we begin.
So one of the things I would like to look at when you talk about the bridge, when you go across the bridge, is Williams School, I think that's named after former Karen Weaver parents. Is that correct? Is that Williams School over there?
I'm not sure, actually.
I think it is Williams School. So I just want to make sure we can kind of tie that into the development plan, because I don't want to see a St. John Park, and then when you look across the river, you got a dilapidated school that's named after a African-American historic person that's, contributed a lot to the city of Flint. And I believe that school is named after Dr. Karen Weaver's parents. I'll look into that to make sure, but that's just on my radar to try to see if we can tie that into the whole project.
We are really taking our direction from the historical committee. This is not a city-driven project. This is something, so without having the plan in front of me, I cannot recall whether doing something with Williams School, whether it can be rehabilitated, is part of it. But our guidance is really coming from that committee. So I know you've been active and engaged with them. And again, the connection is really to make that West Boulevard Park connected over the river, removing the Utah Dam, installing a pedestrian bridge to Whaley Park, which is where I think is adjacent to where the school you're referring to.
All right, thank you. That's all I wanted to do. So we'll just keep this on the agenda for later on to talk about it in more detail.
Would you be okay if we dropped it from today and then added it later? That way we don't keep putting the ink down every time?
Yeah, we can do that.
Okay, thank you. Is
Yeah,
there-
Madam Chair.
Mr. Mays.
Madam Chair.
Mr. Mays.
Yeah, I have to hear you. I be looking down at my paper, but however you do it, it's your business. Through you to Ms. Wilcox. Ms. Wilcox, the building sold over there, the old St. John Center Communities, whatever it's called, sold for $500,000, correct?
That's correct.
Have that money been paid?
Yes.
And where did that money go?
It's in a real estate account from sale of real estate.
And who set that account up?
It was created as part of the resolution. Actually, I think we have a standing account in planning and development, but it was identified in the resolution.
So this council or some council, the old council, passed a resolution setting up a special account.
I think it's part of our annual budget. There's a sale of city-owned land because planning and development, as you're aware, was the department that handled property disposition. So I think it's an account that's existed for a number of years.
Can you get me a copy of that resolution?
The sale of the property?
Yeah,
Sure.
and that real estate account that's set up.
Sure, it's identified in the resolution, I can.
Beg your pardon?
Yes, it's identified in the resolution. I can provide
Yeah, I
you
want to
with a copy
read
of
that resolution. I know I didn't support that sale, and now that I'm hearing of a special account, we got a variety of property, and I kind of think some of it should go to the general fund. And so I'm finding out you're telling me these sales of property is going to a real estate account. Did the Shalon 6,000 go in that same account? Do you know?
I believe so.
See, when we created or took property, y'all was opposed to it. Not necessarily St. John, but the Shalon property, the St. Agnes, the Jefferson, I remember, as plain as day. Wouldn't that be a fair statement that you and Deb Cherry and others came to keep the city from taking property, correct?
Just to be clear, it is a general fund account. So
Okay,
it's
well
a
then I
101
wanna-
account. So you can
Okay,
see
I
the
want to see
resolution.
what that account is, because I've heard Mr. Neely say on the radio that 250,000 went to the St. John Street Committee.
Mm-hmm.
Now, whether he lying or telling the truth, that's what he said. Do you know whether or not 250,000 went to the St. John Street Committee from that $500,000 sale? Do you know?
I believe the mayor has committed as a foundational investment. but it-
Committed. I'm not talking about committed. He said was given to him.
I have not heard that.
Okay, because I would think that we have to approve the going ins and outs of money. What do you think?
That's correct.
Okay, so I want to double check that, because I normally don't miss meetings, and I'm hearing him on the radio telling the whole community that the building sold for $500,000 and $250,000 of it went to the St. John Street Committee. See, I know politicians because I'm one of them, but I'm going to tell the truth and be specific. I don't like politicians that tell half-truth and sometimes outright lies. When can you tell me whether that 500,000 is there or whether the St. John Street Committee have received 250,000? I ain't talking about no commitment. I'm talking about received or still in our account. When can you give me that information?
We can provide that this week.
This week? I want to know.
Point of
because-
information, Councilman Mays, Madam Chair, through you two, could we all get a copy of that, please?
Sure,
Could
it's a
you
matter of general record. I think you all have access to the city's BSNA
Yep, I
system.
realize that, but it'd be much quicker, Ms. Wilcox, if you got it, please, than us
Yep,
searching.
I can provide that this week, as I
Thank
said.
you.
Yeah, because I really, I support St. John Street. We was over there, our family, on Easy, and I think that was industrial. It was a supermarket there. That's how I knew about the Jarrett's and peanut sales and ice sales back when they still had ice boxes. So I support St. John Street Committee, but I don't want the mayor or nobody else politicking with that. And as far as the blueprints and the plan from the Historical District Committee, I could have swore I heard you say that's the committee that's heading it up.
No, it's the St. John Street Historical Committee, not the
Okay, so
Historic
that's the
District.
Historical Committee you was
Correct.
referring to, not the City Historical
No.
Committee, the St. John Street Historical Committee.
Correct.
And so those plans,
I just want to clarify, I never said anything about blueprints. There's a plan for the, kind of
yeah, I might not
revitalization.
have used your exact words,
I
and
just
I
want to be
said
clear, there's
blueprints.
no blueprints.
Yeah, but I want to see the $1.8 million plan.
Okay.
Now, if that's something that they have, that they just want to share with certain people, so be it. But when you got city resources, grant writers, the mayor saying what he's saying, I'm interested in it. And I'm not going to sit back and not assist them. And then you got one or two politicians talking about, we did this, but you use city resources. And I want to know about it. I want to know about the city resources that's being used. I might even know where some more at to help them. But I'm not in this with these politics as it relates to some so historical to the city. When I hear something that I know technically shouldn't have happened, This man saying, we sold a building for $500,000. I don't know if he said we committed or we gave, but I know what was said about $250,000, and I want to get to the bottom of it. This ain't the first time I brought it up. So now, whether it's Ms. Burns or everybody on the council, when can we be provided with some of these details?
I think I just shared I could provide that to you by the end of the week.
Beg your pardon, by the end of the week?
By the end of the week.
But that don't include the $1.8 million plan, do
The
it?
plan, which is a proposed plan and it's a draft, has a budget included in it that was put together with estimates. It's not final, obviously. There's numbers that have to yet be costed out, but there is a budget estimate in that plan. And as I said, I think, and I shouldn't say that because I should be more clear about how much, be more knowledgeable about how much it is, but there is a budget that is included in that project plan.
And whether you're privy or have the ability to present that plan and share it with council, the person who is chairing or heading up that committee, because that's going particularly, that's on city-owned property, right?
It is.
It's parkland.
Yes, it's West Boulevard Park and Whaley, connecting to Whaley Park, including the Utah Dam.
Yeah, so we got a vested interest, and I don't believe that those details and stuff should be kept from us.
I don't think there's an intent to do that at all. As I said, this is a proposed project. We would like to move forward with it, but obviously, and I think you're all aware, that as projects start moving forward and money has to be allocated, it has to be approved through city council. So
Well, that's what I thought until I heard 14:20 a.m. and the Mr. Neely saying what he had already done. That threw me for a loop. I say, did I miss something? So I'll eagerly wait that information. I'll wait to see what's going on. Now, let me ask you another question, if you know. Just like the statutes that's put outside and in the lobby, where do that money come from?
I'm not aware of that.
Okay, let's see. I want to make a referral
Point
through you, Madam
point of
Chair,
information.
to Ms.
Point of
Wilcox.
information to you, Mr. Mays, the statues.
what?
Point of information to you in regards to the statues and the 6
I
busts.
don't even can't understand what you're saying. Ms. Liddell, you can't speak for me. If I say I can't understand, I can't.
Council
Don't
members
tell me
will
yes,
remember
you
their
can. Go on
decorum.
with that mess. Don't get
Council
started. That's why I'm
members
sitting
will
way over
remember
here.
their decorum.
Ms. Herkenrother,
As I was
can't
saying,
understand you. Can you
as I
speak?
was saying,
Come out,
in
yes,
regards,
you can.
in regards to the 6 busts of the Flint females in the lobby of the Flint of City Hall, that was entirely grant funded by a nonprofit called Court Street Village Nonprofit in partnership with the Community Foundation. That was entirely grant funded.
Okay, I want to know, because I like to know what's going on. And I like to know what's going on with our city hall, with our parks, and where stuff happened. And it's a legitimate concern. So, Ms. Wilcox, I'll wait to receive that information, and I'm not opposed to, as a matter of fact, I favor Ms. Burns' request for overall. I look forward to that. If you miss your deadline by the end of the week, self-imposed, maybe by next week. But I really want to know that information. And Ms. Herkenrother, if I say I can't quite hear or understand, I'm going to say it like I said in the old and the new day. I ain't studying what Ms. Lewis talking about you can hear. She ain't my ears. Thank you.
Thank you. Is there any other member of council who wishes to speak during this discussion item? Second call. Seeing no movement, the chair will entertain a motion to adjourn.
Chair,
Ms. Priestley.
so moved.
It's been moved. Is there support?
Support.
It's been moved and properly supported. Roll call, please, Madam Clerk.
Point of order, Madam Chair.
What's your point?
You could order it adjourned without any objections in committee.
Thank you. Roll call, please, Madam Clerk.
Mr. Murphy?
Mr. Murphy.
Oh, yes.
Ms. Priestley?
Yes.
Ms. Winfrey Carter?
Yes.
Ms. Byrd?
Yes.
Ms. Herkenroder?
Yes.
Ms. Worthing?
Yes.
Mr. Mays? Ms. Lewis?
Yes.
The vote is seven yes, 0 no to adjourn.
The vote is 7 yes, 0 no to adjourn. We are adjourned at 8:33.
It is 8:37, and I'll call this Governmental Operations Committee meeting to order. Roll call, Madam Clerk.
Mr. Mays?
Present.
Ms. Lewis?
Present.
I'm sorry.
Excuse me. Can I please ask that the audience kind of, keep your conversations low? Thank you. Continue, Madam Clerk.
Ms. Lewis?
Present.
Mr. Murphy?
Present.
Ms. Priestley is not in. Ms. Winfrey Carter?
Present.
Ms. Burns?
Present.
Ms. Herkenroder?
Yes, present.
Mr. Pfeiffer is absent. Ms. Worthing?
Present.
We have 7 members present.
We have 7 members present. Reading of disorderly persons.
Point of order, Madam. Oh, yeah. I see. I'm sorry. I withdraw that. I thought it was 8.
Reading of disorderly persons, City Code subsection, Section 3110, disorderly conduct, assault and battery, and disorderly persons, and will be subject to arrest for a misdemeanor. Any person who prevents the peaceful and orderly conduct of any meeting will be given 1 warning. If they persist in disrupting the meeting, that individual will be subject to arrest. Violators shall be removed from meetings. Now we are at public speaking. Do we have any public speakers? Please approach the podium. Please approach the podium and state your name, please.
My name is R.L. Mitchell. I live at 759 East Linden Avenue in Flint. I want to you, Madam Chair, address to the city attorney. City attorney, what's the difference of a speed bump and a bump? I mean, speed bump or hump in the road, and a nuisance to society like these. You making the laws as they go up, the police chief, and expect you to give us answers, but you're not in the chair right now. You see, I'm looking like I'm talking to a ghost or something. As the public can see that that's a nuisance. Study making the police department out a nuisance, taking them kids' cars, their first cars, just because they make a donut in the street. They made donuts in the street in front of Cookie's Taco House. That's because I went over there and checked their little bar out, and they came shoot. I better say that because they might come and mess up, shoot up the city hall, but I don't blame them for it. They look like they must have thought I was casing out their little junk in even them donuts. You don't take no kids' car like that, Mr. Police. They ain't down here to talk for themselves, but y'all taking their cars, and just like Mr. Murphy over there, my councilman. He talking about they parking all over this grass and ain't right behind that school, and he talks stuff, but he like he ain't concerned and concerned at the same time. Like the St. John East Side area, that bridge. I used to live over there when I was, not over there, I used to live on 1020 St. John Street 6. But I went over there as a kid. But you act like you don't give a care, sir. Then I put a gravity pit right on this place where I used to stay at. Right on the front, on
Mr.
St. John
Mitchell,
and State
can you
Street.
please wrap up?
Okay, but, and the lady, right, Miss Burns, talking about $1 million
Mitchell.
of water department, and they taking care of other neighborhoods. They give these black people's secondhand used neighborhood and never.
Mr. Mitchell,
and never
your
even
time
us-
is up.
And read Dick and Jane books and talk. I keep coming back because I can't even get my talk. Miss Burns, we as the people will overcome in Flint with our money. Take that, Miss Worthing, school teacher, and your other council lady over there, Madam Chair.
Mr. Mitchell, your
Take-
time is up. Thank you. Council response? Do we have any council response?
Yeah, Madam Chair,
Yes, Councilman Mays.
through you to Mr. Mitchell. Mr. Mitchell, I always appreciate your comments. And I be picking out what you be saying. I do understand it. And I've been listening to you for months and years. I hope you continue to participate in this so-called local democracy. And it's good to see you.
Any other council response?
Madam Chair.
Yes, Councilwoman Burns.
Thank you. Mr. Mitchell, RL, you probably got great attendance because you spend a lot of time and information as you are talking about it. You are correct on a lot. I mean, there are disparities when we talk about the different sides of town and the demographics and also the poverty and income levels. So there are issues. I appreciate you being here, listening, and there are some differences. And we have to make sure that we're not just taking care of one side of town because people forget that we gave $26 million to Uptown for the, thank you, we gave $26 million to renovate the Capitol Theater. We gave and spent, we asked about where that $700 million went, or is often always referred to as almost $1 billion came in. That went to other companies. So the government does give money, and there's nothing wrong to private businesses and 501c3s asking for it. There's nothing wrong with it. The Capitol Theater is very nice now, and it was, we look back, in our childhood, I used to go. So saving some of our things, doing something different is a good thing. Ms. Penton, actually, they get runaways. They get at-risk young teenage mothers. Not a lot of places can accommodate them. We need a place like that in our community. And I am going to fight for it because it's important, because we know when that money came in, almost that $1 billion, we didn't get any of that on the north side of town. We didn't get any of that. And we're asking for a maternity life skill that will change them, a place for them. The House of Esther. We didn't get that. Nothing was given to the north side of town. Nothing. Not a dime, not a drop, not anything. So to ask to make sure we're saving 21 mothers, which will have 21 babies for a 2-year program, is feasible and it's reasonable. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you. Any other council
Yes.
response?
Thank you very
Councilman
much.
Murphy?
Again, I'll say it and I'm gonna keep saying it. The House of Esther, as the council person, I wanted to have more discussion with it. I did not say we didn't want to give nobody no money or no, we don't want to. It's just, you know what? I'm just gonna leave this alone because I already got my feelings about situations, and then it's just gonna take me to a whole nother direction. I'm ready to move with the meeting.
Thank you, Councilman Murphy. Any other council response? Any other council response? Okay, we'll move on to the next agenda item, resolutions. What is the pleasure of this council?
Madam Chair,
Yes, Councilman Mays.
no, I'm going to pause on this public hearing. That's the resolution you're referring to?
Yes.
Yeah, I'm going to just wait a minute.
Yes, Councilwoman
I'll do it.
Herkenroder.
Madam Chair, I'd like to amend Resolution 220038 to have a new rule. On our list here, we have 3 different rules. My amendment would be to add Rule 5.6.
Point of order, Madam Chair.
Yes, Councilman Mays.
This is a resolution to set a public hearing, and I don't quite understand what she's trying to do.
Madam Chair, if I may.
Yes, go ahead, Councilwoman.
So as I was saying, so to amend the language of that resolution to include a new rule called 5.6, to amend Rule 28.4 with the language that is on our sheet in front of us, and to also amend Rule 29.9 in our sheet in front of us. And actually, as I'm saying this, I will withdraw 28.4 and 29.9 because we have to vote on each amendment. So I will stop and say to amend.
Point of order, Madam Chair.
Yes, Councilman Mays.
This don't even make sense with what's on the agenda. This is a resolution for a public hearing.
Hold up, Councilman Mays. Councilwoman Herkenroder, wouldn't it be fair to say, let's go ahead and deal with this, and then let's go into discussion and then come back?
Right.
Because I guess what I'm saying is, we really, this is my opinion. What you're doing the rule amendments, guys, I really think we need to have another rule meeting so that we can talk about those rules and do those rule amendments.
Madam Chair,
Yes.
if I may make a motion to amend Resolution 220038 to include the new, a new rule called 5.6.
Madam Chair?
Point of order, Madam Chair. The agenda shows 22038 to be a resolution that appropriate city officials are hereby authorized to do all things necessary to conduct a public hearing.
This is for a
This ain't-
public hearing. We're
Point
not
of order.
talking about the rules.
Point of order.
Yes.
A motion is always in order, and we can amend this. We've amended many resolutions today already to point ones.
Point of
I
order.
guess, yes.
That
Councilman
motion
Mays.
ain't in order with the agenda and the resolution before us.
And I guess that's what I'm saying, guys. Go ahead. Who's speaking?
I'm sorry, can we refer to Ms. Donahue? A motion is always in order, and we're just amending the motion. Can she please speak on that?
But and I guess what I'm asking, why are we amending this motion?
Because we can.
May I please
You know
provide
what? Don't get funny acting up in here,
May I please provide?
because I'll turn this out.
Madam Chair. Madam Chair.
Yes, go ahead.
May I please, excuse me.
Don't say ghetto.
Madam Chair, if I may explain.
I'm going to give you your warning, Ms. Worthing.
Point of order, Madam Chair.
Yes, Councilman Mays.
She would be out of order trying to explain because the resolution, they done said over and over, a motion is required. The proper motion would be to move this, postpone it, or whatever, this particular resolution.
Madam
Yes.
Chair.
And Councilwoman
Point of information.
Herkenroder,
Point of
please.
information, Madam Chair. I think it is a personal attack to say getting ghetto. That's racial.
Who said that?
Councilwoman Worthing.
And Councilwoman Worthing, I'm going to give you your warning because
I
that was
appeal the
not
ruling of the
necessary.
chair.
Appeal it because it wasn't necessary. Even how you even stepped in wasn't necessary. I'm talking to Councilwoman.
You need
in
to,
the-
your role, Madam Chair, is to ask for a second on the appeal.
No, I'm not. And Councilwoman Herkenroder,
I appeal the ruling of the chair.
Is there a second on her appeal?
Madam Chair, I second the appeal.
Okay, we have an appeal on the floor made by Councilwoman Worthing and supported by Councilwoman Lewis. Now, I gave Councilwoman Worthing her warning because basically I was in conversation with Councilwoman in the 7th Ward, you know, And all of this, I don't know what's going on, but I'm not here to play. I'm here to be fair. I want to hear from all of my colleagues, and that's how I facilitate my meeting. That's how I choose to facilitate. I'm listening to everybody. Everybody is going to have a chance to speak. I'm just trying to get an understanding as to what the councilwoman in the 7th Ward want to do and why. So to have all of the ad-libs by Councilwoman Worthen, it's unnecessary. And to have said what she said was unnecessary. And that's all I got to say. And I'm going to stand by what I'm ruling on, and she was out of order, point blank.
Madam Chair,
Yes, go ahead.
I appeal the ruling of the chair. First of all, we shouldn't even be having this discussion. Ms. Herkenroder made a valid motion. It should have been able to be seconded, discussed, and voted on. It is clear that you are not understanding what is going on. And instead of allowing Ms. Donahue to address this, you chose to threaten me in some way. So I thought that was inappropriate, Ms. Winfrey Carter. So if you had not said what you said, there would have been no reaction. Okay, when you're a chair, you should be professional and treat everyone the same. And it's very clear from the beginning that this is not fair treatment. And so I would like to just conduct the meeting in a professional manner in which a motion is heard, that you're not just listening to one colleague who is telling you his version of the rules, and then you accept that. Okay, this is a council meeting, not a one-person's meeting, okay? So the motion should have been accepted, I should have been able to second it, and we should have been able to discuss. That's where this
Point
all
of
came about.
information.
Thank you.
What is your point of information,
It
Councilman
was through
Mays?
you to the speaker. If she done, I'll just proceed with my argument. If she
Go
don't-
ahead. Are you done, Councilwoman
Yeah, my
Worthen?
point of information was going to ask her publicly, did she say ghetto? Now, to me, it's got some racial overtones. You can laugh, Ms. Worthen, but I can come up with some show names for your neighborhood. Beg your pardon, I hope you get your second warning talking to me.
Point of information to the speaker.
Go ahead, Councilwoman Worthen.
I know that you know racial overtones. You've called me nasty white woman. You have insulted me and my race many times, so thank you.
Can you put that in a question form?
Oh, are you aware of how
There
many
you
times
go.
you've mentioned my race in the last 4 years?
I'm going to mention it again. Because anybody who sits and say, do you want me to repeat it and say narcissistic a-hole, and your colleagues say nothing, it's a problem for me. I've been looking at you for years. You ain't just come on this council. You've been talking nasty for years, and you are white. If I talk nasty, I'm a nasty black man. It's a fact. So the point is this. She should have gave you your first warning if you're going to say something about ghetto. Because I tell you, I got a dictionary, encyclopedia. I can go get some names with some overtones, and when you chair, I can Google it that quick and then give you a name of how you acting. You talking about professionalism. You a hypocrite. You ain't been professional since you and Kate Fields teamed up, and I seen the picture when y'all lost with Kate over at Luigi's, and you said she taught you so much. Yeah, Barbara Moore was in the picture. They sent it to me. And you was at Luigi's on the night she lost, bragging about how much she taught you. She was nasty. And it done rubbed off on you.
Point of
So
information.
don't come at me.
Yes,
Is my
Councilman
time
Murphy.
up?
He called a point of information.
Oh, okay.
Through you to the speaker, I was at Luigi's and they was not there on the day of the election. That's where I was at. So I'm not sure what you're talking about. But I hosted my victory party there.
Is that a question or a statement? Y'all got to learn how to put these in the form of questions, and you can do the same thing. But since this council is such a stickler for rules, throwing me out, having the police arrest me, talking about decorum, but gonna let people say narcissistic a-hole. Mr. Murphy, I ain't getting on you, but I mean, I said BS, you said S, and it's crickets. It's a different treatment. Decorum is word when black folks cheering and black folks talking, we take offense to you calling us ghetto. Now, I'm gonna assure you, I'll look up some words and call you something. I don't wanna say trail or nothing, but I will. Because my reputation is when you go low once, I go low 2, 3 times. And the sooner that council people learn this ain't the first council. I keep score. You talk about me, us folks I represent, and others once, I might do it 5 times. It don't go away because that's your character. Character matters. Character matters, whether folks black, white, orange, purple, green, Democrat, Republican. I do it on purpose. I treat people nice until people act a fool. I'll be voting yes to support the chair on your first warning. Don't care who do and who don't. I'm glad to say to you publicly what I said. Cut the crap.
Are there any other council discussions on this appeal? Go ahead.
Thank you.
And then after you, Councilwoman in the 7th Ward.
I'll yield to you. Okay, thank you, Councilwoman Herkenroder, and thank you, Madam Chair. We have to be conscious, especially in this date and time that we're in. I am offended and I am appalled when you speak to ghetto and it's 7 black people up here. That's a problem. If we flip that to the other side to equate what that would be for a different race, we have to make sure that we're careful. We have to make sure that we're careful because there's no superiority in any race. We are all equal here. And to say ghetto and to say it so easily and to laugh about it, that disturbs me. That should not be comfortable. My family is mixed. My son-in-law he's white. And he's racially sensitive. He would never say ghetto. When we know better, we do better. This is not better. And then I'm in earshot of it. Things that you say in private, but this poured over into public, that's just wrong. We don't do that. And I expect better. I am so offended because then you cannot say, be passive aggressive and then become the victim. You can't. I'm talking, please. I'm talking. I listened to you when you, and someone else had the floor at the time. To call someone ghetto is not, we don't do that. We don't do that. And you teach children. You teach children. You teach children, and you're comfortable saying ghetto.
Excuse me. Point of order, Councilwoman Worthen. Councilwoman Worthen, you've been given personal attacks all evening. So let her finish with her statement. You've made your statement. Let Councilwoman Burns finish.
This is not fair, Madam Chair. You're not
She was speaking.
Point of order, madam. Point of order. Either she can excuse herself or be escorted out by Metcalf, just like the black folks.
She was speaking. Did you call a point of order? She was
Point
speaking.
of order. Let her get escorted out like the black folks.
Councilman Mays.
Don't discriminate. Mr. Metcalf. Point of order. She don't get the flow to talk.
Ghetto. Can I get the chair
You
back,
is a
please?
teacher.
You know what?
I'm gonna talk
Stop.
right with you.
Everybody stop. Stop. Guys, this is enough. This is enough. Now, let's continue with this meeting. We were doing well today. And I'm telling y'all, I am in no way, I just don't have the energy for this. I don't have the energy. I want to hear from everyone.
Point of order, Madam Chair.
Councilman Mays, what is your point of order?
Now, if she gone, can you order that that appeal goes away without objections and we can move on?
Madam Chair, can I finish up, please? Because I was interrupted in my time of speaking before everything just went. I want to close with this. I didn't personally attack her. I restated her words. Those were not my words. They were not my words. And you have to be careful when you say those things. There are 7 of us, and I'm not even counting all the, we can be politically correct and say African American, but we've come a long ways from being colored, Negro, black, African American, now back to black. I'm comfortable with saying I'm black. But at no point, because the struggles that we have and the inequities that my race, the black race, have had, when you say ghetto, it's offensive. It's never used in a positive way. It's not used, it goes back to in a Jewish, where they said the ghettos were where the Jewish people were, they stated. It's not something that we use. We should not be personally attacking. Ghetto is not appropriate for any race to be used or to be called ghetto. It should not be used. It's not. I didn't personally attack her. She doesn't have a right to be the victim. I'm black. I felt offended by being called, we were being called ghetto. That was offensive. You don't get to be the victim when you're the person making the charge with the words that should not be used. There should have been an apology. Hey, I misspoke. I apologize. That's what should have been done. But you don't get to be the victim and say you're being attacked. No, 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 not here. That's not what we do. You said it, you own it. If you want to do better, change it. I'm not accepting that. That's wrong. She's not a victim. And she proudly said it, and she giggled behind it. That's not acceptable. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you, Councilwoman Burns. Councilwoman Herkenroder, you have the floor.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I want to, again, express support in regards, or I guess I will be supporting the chair on this. I think it's wildly inappropriate for any member of council to call anyone, regardless of their color, of their skin, any derogatory term. As my colleague in the 6th Ward mentioned, too, the historic context, especially of the word ghetto, and in a governing body such as ourselves, we must hold ourselves to a higher standard, and derogatory terms of any kind should not be tolerated. And I will be supporting the chair in the ruling.
Thank you, Councilwoman. Any other comments?
Madam Chair.
Yes, Councilwoman Lewis.
So it just appears that with this meeting, we all just got off to the wrong start. You know, we shouldn't say ghetto, and we also shouldn't talk about setting it off in the meeting. So we all just need to just take a time out, step back, and just check ourselves so we can continue. Yes, we were doing well. We definitely were. So let's continue to move in that positive direction. In terms of what Councilwoman Herkenroder was trying to do, I was trying to listen so I can gain an understanding. But I wasn't able to get the understanding because we never got to hear her out. And so, I mean, if it was right, we'll go with it. And if it's wrong, then we will go in another direction. So I just encourage us to continue just to listen to the colleagues so we and just hear one another out. Because, again, this meeting was going well. And going back to the comments that were made, you know, as elected officials and public servants, we were elected to go high. We don't have to go low twice. And that's why we are the laughingstock of America. That's why people don't want to do business with us, because we have self-proclaimed council people that take pride in going low. That's not what we're here for. We're not here to go low. We're not here to take
Yes, Councilman
My
Mays.
point of information to the speaker, do you think that you went high when you seconded that appeal? It would have died, wouldn't it?
So that right there is a violation of the city council rules when you use your point of information to take the floor. So, Madam Chair, please deliver him a warning.
Point of order, Madam Chair.
Councilman Mays, what
I
is your
want to
point of
move
order?
forward, but a quick inquiry ain't using a point of information to take the floor. I keep hearing her say that repeatedly, and I thought it was very important to try to emphasize that. When others make statements, I ask a quick inquiry, they can answer or not. So I don't need a warning for a quick inquiry.
No, it's always, those motions are always allowed.
Well, they are allowed.
Until we change the rules.
Well, according to the city council rules, that was not germane to what we were speaking about. But moreover, as I was saying, we just have to set a better precedent. So let's not set it off. Let's not say ghetto. Let's not go low. And let's abide by the rules and just show one another respect. It costs nothing, and it'll get us out of here on time. Thank you.
Thank you. Any other comments? So I'm going to end this if we don't have any other comments, and I'm going to say what I got to say. Yeah, let's not go low. Let's not set it off. And let's not use racially motivated terms. And my thing, and the reason, I'm trying to be calm, okay? And I think what it was the attitude. The attitude. And the you know, after that comment was made, that kind of got me upset, you know, because it's unnecessary. I was willing to hear from Worthing as well as Herkenroder, and then I wanted to hear from our clerk to figure out what is it that we need to do. We could have been done. We could have been done. My energy is zapped, guys. So I'm just asking my colleagues, you know, let's be respectful. And we don't have to have an attitude. I'm going to listen to everybody. So if we can move on, I'm going to order the appeal. I'm going to order it without any, oh, God.
Order this
Yeah,
point of order. Order dismissed without
I'm going to
objection.
dismiss the appeal without objection. And we can move on. Councilwoman Herkenroder, go on with what you were trying to ask, Ms. The clerk.
Sure. Well, I believe Ms. Worthing was trying to ask the clerk. I'm not sure why. My motion, for clarity, because I think there was maybe a scuffle, my motion was to amend Resolution 220038 to include the language of the new Rule 5.6 on the paper outlined in front of us. And I understand that there was a question regarding that by the chair, and if I may answer that question.
Yes, go ahead, Councilwoman.
So the motion is to amend the language of that resolution, very similar to what we just did for the ordinance and legislative. It's my understanding that we would have to do a vote on each of these amendments because one may pass and two may not, or, you know, whatever variation of that amendment. So the motion is just to amend the language prior to sending it to council or to postpone it. That was to get the work done to do that amendment of that language of the resolution, not just the public hearing establishment.
Okay. Madam Clerk, can you speak to that, please?
I'm going to just speak to the history and the precedent.
Point of information. Can she speak a little loud and clear? I can't quite make out what's being said.
I said I'm just going to speak to the history and the precedent because this item before you has been presented in a different manner than in the past. In the past, council would have ad hoc committees for its rule changes, and those ad hoc committees would work in public meetings to make amendments to the rules, which were then voted on by that ad hoc committee, with those changes then brought to council. All the changes would then be presented in a resolution that would be setting the public hearing. So the document is in this format, but generally when it's brought to the council floor, the changes have already been made and voted on. But you would make amendments to the document that is attached to the hearing resolution, because if you set the hearing, I'm going to publish, we're going to have a hearing, but if you still have changes to make, then we will have to have another hearing. So it is appropriate to make amendments to the document, and you'd vote on those amendments, and then it would be all those amendments after they're voted on would be counted as a single point one, once you've decided on the ones you want, and then once you approve that, then that's when you would set the hearing, because at that resolution, at the meeting where the hearing is held, that's when a resolution would be presented with the rules in their final format, where you would then approve a resolution for the rules, if I'm making sense. So you'd have the hearing, but the resolution to approve the rules would be presented at that hearing. So there's no other way for you to amend the rules unless you amend the attachment to this hearing document. If you approve the setting the hearing and then make changes, we'll have to have another hearing. So it's best to make all the amendments to the attachment, as Ms. Herkenroder is trying to do. And then you would approve the point one, ideally, and that would set the hearing, and then we go from there.
Okay. Councilwoman Herkenroder still has the floor, and then I'll come to you, Councilman Mays.
So with that insight, thank you, Madam Chair, and thank you, Deputy Clerk. With that insight, I would like to make a formal motion to amend Resolution 220038 to include Rule 5.6 on the paper as listed in front of us.
Point of order, Madam Chair.
I gotta insert.
I withdraw my point of order if it's something you want to
Thank
say.
you, Councilman May. She just made a motion, so I want to ask for a second. But I want to also honor your point of order, okay?
Okay. Point of order then.
What's your point of order, Councilman Mays?
It's hard for me to understand why we would set a meeting, a place and time of a special meeting, and how do we amend that in a resolution for a public hearing? I'm thinking they're two separate things, and you can't amend them together. That's not a good motion.
Your point is well taken, Councilman Mays. I'm thinking the same thing.
Point of information.
Yes, Councilwoman.
So I guess I'm just confused because I believe that Ms. Donahue said that that would be in order.
Point of information, too. Ms. Donahue, but wouldn't you think that we would have another meeting as far as for the rules to come together and bring all of our rules to the table in one document and then come back and do this as a point one? That's how I understood you to state what you just stated.
If I may?
Yes.
As I said in the past, that was it. You'd always have ad hoc committees, and you would vote on those changes before you'd bring that document. But you did amend, you would have a public hearing document, and you would still make changes to that document on that setting the public hearing. So any last-minute amendments would be done before you would approve the resolution setting the hearing. But in the past, you'd always have, you would have ad hoc committees. You all the meetings before you even brought that final resolution setting the public hearing with your, amended rules attached. But the resolution setting the hearing would be amended to, again, make changes to those rules still. It's just that you're doing it different this time. You
Yeah.
didn't have ad hoc
And-
committees.
Okay, and I guess, Ms. Herkenroder, I guess it would be, to me, it would be, I think it would be feasible to postpone this, keep it on the agenda
Right.
until we can bring those rules, send them to you or whoever, and then come back and do this.
Madam
Let's
Chair.
set another meeting.
Madam Chair, if I
Yes.
if I may, I do believe that at the last meeting that we had, that's what was agreed upon, which is why we have this sheet of suggestions from our fellow council members in front of us. Council members suggested
Point of order,
rules.
Madam Chair. Remember,
Yes, Councilman Mays.
if I may, remember the whole Toubois, whatever I create a name, is about a motion have to be made and properly seconded before we get into discussion. I've always argued that we should discuss before it's a motion. So in keeping with stuff I done been throughout on, chastised for months and years, is there a motion? And if she want to make that
Point of
motion,
order.
I'll second it so it can go up or down and we can get out of it. It should be a motion.
Make your motion.
I already have.
Okay. Can I have a second to the motion?
Yeah, it could die for a lack of second. I'm gonna wait.
Madam Chair, I'll second that.
Yes, okay. The motion has been made to amend this resolution for the public hearing, rules governing meetings of the Flint City Council, to amend it to a .1 to add the 3 rules. Is it the 3 or just 1?
Just 5.6.
Just for 5.6.
Point, Madam Chair.
Yes.
Madam Chair, if she talking about this handout that says at the top, rules governing meeting of the Flint City Council, proposed amendments as requested by city council members, and you ignore 28, 28.4, 29, 29.9, you can ignore that. But if you look at the language of 5.6, it says meetings will last no longer than 10 p.m. unless voted on and passed by a supermajority submitted by Liddell Lewis. Now look, check this out. The resolution before us says a resolution resolving that the appropriate city officials are hereby authorized to do all things necessary to conduct a public hearing for the purpose of public input on the proposed amendments to the rules governing the meetings of city council. The public hearing is different from a meeting that will last no longer than 10 p.m.
Point of order. Okay, we are in discussion. I'm sorry, Councilman Mays. Go ahead.
No problem. This proposed amendment that I won't vote in favor for, because I don't even see why the language would be amended in a resolution dealing with a public hearing. You might have 3 people speak at the public hearing. You might have 10. You might have 100. But if the meetings start at 3 in the afternoon or 5 in the afternoon or 5:30, I believe the public hearing will be over before 10. Now, I could be wrong, but this is a resolution dealing with a public hearing, and in all due respect, I believe that this meeting is saying that it's a proposed new rule where meetings will last no longer than 10 p.m. unless voted on and passed by a supermajority. That would fall under Section 1-801 of the rulemaking procedure. This resolution ain't making a rule. It's just setting a public hearing. Everything on here is a new rule, including 5.6. So I can't support the motion. I don't even see where you would amend this resolution to set a public hearing, where that language would be. Through you to Ms. Donahue. Ms. Donahue, when you look at 220038, where would you put that amendment? It ain't no rule about 10 o'clock meetings. That would come under 1-801. We couldn't even adopt it procedurally here unless we did it as an emergency, and it's an emergency rules section, but we can't just create rules
Point of
without
information.
hearings.
What is your point?
Is the speaker aware that the new rule would then change the rules so that it would be valid?
This is a resolution to set a public hearing. And you're saying you want to amend the public hearing resolution to add meetings will last no longer than 10 p.m. Are you saying the public hearing will last no longer than 10 p.m. or all meetings? What is it through you, Madam Chair, to Ms. Herkenroder? Are you articulating, Ms. Herkenroder, that no meetings will go past 10 or that this public hearing won't go past 10?
Madam Chair, may I respond?
If she may.
Go ahead, Councilwoman.
For clarity, the motion on the floor is to amend the language of the draft rules of the Flint City Council to include a new rule called 5.6 to read that meetings will last no longer than 10 p.m. unless voted upon and passed by a supermajority. The rule is 5.6. The motion is to amend the resolution to include that rule.
Okay, let me do it this way if I may, Madam Chair. I appreciate you allowing that dialogue. Ms. Herkenroder, let's say on the agenda we had other council business on this agenda. That might be the proper time, but this resolution ain't changing rules. It's dealing with a public hearing. And we can't amend this resolution for a public hearing to include that language. Now, if you want to get something on the agenda to try to introduce all these rules, that might be appropriate, but to turn this resolution to set a public hearing into a .1 that's including a rule, I ain't seeing why. I don't think I'm missing something. So I'll be voting no.
Madam Chair, may I respond?
Yes, Councilwoman.
Mr. Mays, I don't know if you have the agenda packet in front of you, but if you look, there is a draft copy of all of the rules to do exactly what you just said.
Point of information.
Yes,
Through you
Councilman
to the
Mays.
speaker. But this ain't 220038. It's no agenda item for this item you're referring to.
Miss,
This is only a resolution to set a public hearing. Do you understand me, Ms. Herkenroder?
may I please respond?
Yes, Councilwoman.
Mr. Mays, yes, I do understand you. However, what you're saying is not entirely correct because the only thing missing from this packet is the resolution, the cover page for 220038. I see that we may be at a disagreement on this, and that's totally fine. We're not going to agree on everything. Everybody has to vote their conscience. However, this is a valid motion. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you, Councilwoman. Any other discussion on this motion? Any other discussion? Go ahead, Councilman Murphy.
Yes. So when I said I was going to bring my amendments, when I tried, Councilwoman Alley sent me a link to make the changes, but it wasn't allowing me to make the changes or add my changes that I would like to see in there. I sent you a response to let you know that it was not working for me. So I wasn't able to give my changes in the rules. What I would have liked to see happen, and we tried it, I would have liked to saw us have a special meeting to deal specifically with the rules. But what I did not want to do, when we tried it, I did not want to go rule for rule, like my colleague, Councilman Mays, wanted to do. I only wanted us to go and say, okay, Council Dr. Lewis want to make this change on this one, and the changes that you wanted to make or my colleagues wanted to make, that's how I wanted to do it. So I'm not interested in doing a special meeting to go rule for rule. That would take us forever to do. With 9 of us on council and we going to rule the rule and we discussing all of them, I'm not interested in doing it that way. So I like the fact that all of us had input in having the rules changes. I think the ones that I have that I wanted to see change were probably about 3 or 4 changes in the rules, so it ain't like it's a lot of them. So I'm liking what I'm seeing as far as the changes that you guys are bringing in, but I'm not interested in having another meeting to go rule every rule. I won't be voting to do that. Do I want to move this for a public hearing at this point in time? I'm not sure I want to do that too, because we haven't made the changes yet. So this resolution does say it's a public hearing. It does not, it don't really, I thought the resolution just was going to be for us to talk. So are you guys, through you to Councilwoman Alley, were you thinking that we were just going to go over the rules today, finalize them, and then send them for a public hearing for Monday?
If I may, Madam Chair.
Yes, Councilwoman.
No, I don't anticipate this leaving committee for a while. What we have to do procedurally is we have to vote on each amended rule or suggestion, because, like I said earlier, of these 3, maybe 1 passes and 2 don't, or all 3 pass, whatever. So we have to go for the amendments. We have to vote on them individually. I personally don't foresee this coming out of committee for at least another week or 2, because more people are going to think of things as we keep going, as more situational events occur. We're going to start thinking of more things. For example, I know my colleague in the 6th was talking about social media, things of that nature. So I personally fully anticipate this coming back and staying in committee for a little bit longer, as we continue to keep doing the amendments prior to setting the public hearing.
So my question is, have all the colleagues sent their changes that they would like to see changed to the ad hoc committee?
Madam Chair, if I may respond.
Yes, go ahead.
I know that at our last meeting, I'm not sure if you were still there at this time, we had talked about sending them all of our suggestions to Janelle so that she could compile this list for us. I know that, so that's how this, that's how this came about. I only received 1 suggestion, which I then forwarded along to Janelle. That way it is as procedural as possible, just to make sure that we had everything in writing as well. I'm not sure if that answered your question.
Yeah, so I would just say let's postpone this. I think we should all send our amendments to Janelle, let her compile them all together, and then we go and vote on them individually. Because I was trying to do it on the computer to send to you, but now that I'm hearing that you want me to send them to Janelle, I could just send them to Janelle.
Yeah.
And my colleagues could just send them to Janelle, and let's just come back, and hopefully we all agree to just vote on the changes that we want to see versus going line item by line item. I'm not interested in doing it that way.
Thank you, Councilman Murphy. Do we have any other discussions? Yes.
Is the proposed rules that you received an email to make, send your amendments to those. And I just wanted to make sure that that's clear to everyone so that they're not looking at the old rules. Oh, sorry, Paul. So the proposed rules would be the ones that you are going to send amendments for. Don't look at the old ones unless you want to see what was changed from the old to the proposed. And then, because this is what the ad hoc committee is bringing forward to the body.
And this is the proposed rules right here.
The ones that say, I don't know what, it says draft. It says draft on them. Those aren't the ones. Those are the ones with all the corrections on it. We got them in the email.
Any other discussions?
Madam
Com-
Chair.
Yes.
I did just want to address the comment too regarding the difficulties being able to edit in the document that was sent. Because the email was shared with all 9 of us, we have to be careful. We can't all edit in that same document, which is why people didn't have editing procedures, because we can all see that same document. If we do start to do the amendments in that document, that's where things could get really, really blurry with the Open Meetings Act, which is why people aren't able to edit in that actual document, rather be able to see and then send in their recommendations. I just wanted to clarify that.
Yes. And Ms. Donahue, do you have something to say?
I just want to say, I think Ms. Herkenroder made a motion to amend this to a .1 to add that rule. I would make a suggestion that if we are in agreement with amending the document.
Point of information, I can hardly make out what you're saying, Davina,
Okay.
if you may.
I was just saying that Ms. Herkenroder, I believe in her motion, said that we would amend this to a .1 to add that rule. My request would be that you just make a motion to amend, and then all of the amendments that pass would be considered to be a part of the .1. Otherwise, every amendment's going to be a .2, .3, .4, .5, and we don't want that. So if there are amendments to be made today, I would ask that you just make the motions, and all the ones that pass would be included then in a .1 that would then move to another committee or whatever.
Point of information, Madam Chair.
Yes, Councilman
Through
Mays.
you to Davina. Davina, did you advise her to make the resolution for the public hearing a .1?
No, she's making amendments to the attachment to the public hearing resolution, and I just advised that we not call it a .1 until all of the proposed amendments to the document are made, and then that all the amendments that pass would then be included in a .1. Because
Madam
otherwise,
Chair.
every amendment would get a different number.
Point of information.
Yes,
Yeah.
Point of information.
Yes, Councilwoman.
Through you to the Deputy City Clerk, would it be possible to, for example, let's say we vote on these 3 amendments tonight, would that be .1? And then let's say we do it in 2 weeks, would that be, could we, whatever is adopted to be .2? And, okay. Thank
Madam
you. I
Chair.
just wanted to clarify.
Yes, Councilman
Madam
Mays.
Chair, I think that I want to direct the ad hoc committee's attention to Rule 1-801. You don't change rules by motions and .1s. It's a procedure. The rule-making procedure is lined up in the charter in 1-801. And that rule-making procedure requires a hearing and so forth and so on. This particular resolution is different from these proposed amendments. I could try to amend the motion to postpone this until we get there, but it's a .1 is the motion. It's just got to pass or fail, because I ain't never seen a rule incorporated in a resolution for a public hearing. I'll be voting no so we can clear this out. Now, let's say it was an item on the agenda and maybe won't nobody object to it, where they wanted to vote on these tonight. It could happen, but it couldn't happen where we're at now, where it's a resolutions. The only resolution before us is to set a public hearing. And that's why I was appealing to Ms. Herkenroder. This ain't the place on the agenda to try to add language as it relates to a public hearing. This ain't a resolution after a public hearing to change rules. Now, it could be done, but even these rule changes, if we vote on them, they would just go to the public hearing. You can't vote to change a rule without following the procedure in 1-801. It requires a public hearing. This is a resolution for a public hearing, not to amend rules. She's mixing apples and oranges, in my view. I have to vote no, and I've tried to explain my position. Thank you.
Thank you. Any other council discussions? And I'm gonna speak last. And you know what? I guess my thing is this. Let's keep this resolution on the agenda. Let's make a list of all of the rules that colleagues send in that they want to change. Let's make that list, and then let's come back and perhaps do what it is that we need to do to move this forward. I'm going to be voting no, because I don't know why we want to piecemeal. Let's gather and have one document with rule changes and add them to the draft that we already have, and then come and, come back to this and set the day and everything for the public hearing. That's what I see, and that's what I think we should be doing. We just really complicate things, and it's really not complicated. Let's just move through this and allow everybody to send in their rules. I came up with a rule today that I want to submit, and I think I just came up with another one. But and then, let's proceed. I think that's it. Any other comments?
Madam Chair.
Councilwoman?
I did just want to elaborate a little bit more. I think the thought process was that we would have that list that you spoke of by today to be able to do exactly what you spoke of. I'm wondering if it pleases the body so that we don't have to have, and these are made up numbers, let's say we have 25 proposed rule changes. There's nothing procedurally that would make us have to do all of those all at once. I think what may be feasible, and again, I'm just one vote on this, but if we do these three, and then let's say next week, for example, my colleague in the third ward mentioned how there are some changes that he would like to see, then we can postpone it after we make these changes, whether they go, whether they don't go, and then we can go through and we can continuously amend this document prior to sending it to council for a public hearing. That way it's not 27 amendments in one committee meeting. I'm not sure if that made sense or not.
Point of information, Madam Chair. Yes, through you to the speaker, Ms. Herkenroder, do you understand this is a resolution for a public hearing and that it might be feasible to vote on these in a separate agenda item? Let this thing go and just bring these separately, maybe on the same agenda. This is to set a public hearing.
I'm not going to respond to that. I've already answered this question.
Let's vote this thing up or down. Roll call, Madam Clerk.
And this is still on the motion to add the new rule 5.6. Ms. Lewis? This is the motion to add proposed rule 5.6 to the rules governing meetings of the council?
Point of information, point of order. Madam
Yes.
Chair, is she stating that the motion was to amend this language in the resolution before us?
To amend it to add that one rule.
In this
in-
language
in
for a
this-
public hearing?
In this language for the public hearing as a point one.
Okay.
And then next week, I guess, when we come back, if someone brings 3 rules or 4 rules, it'll be amended to a point 2.
There you
And it's going to keep on being
Until
amended
we finish all of
until we finish.
it. I'm down with that.
Go ahead. So did that answer your question, Councilman Mays?
Madam Chair, I hate to interrupt roll call. It's in violation of the
Yes, it
rules.
is.
But at the same time, I didn't hear it properly stated, and I'm looking at the resolution and,
Well, that was the motion.
yeah.
Okay. So roll call, Madam Clerk.
And I'd already called Ms. Lewis, but I'll do it again. Ms. Lewis?
Please do.
Yes.
Mr. Murphy?
Yes.
Ms. Priestley?
Yes.
Ms. Winfrey Carter?
No.
Ms. Burns?
No.
Ms. Hergenroder?
Yes.
Mr. Mays?
No.
Vote is 4 yes, 3 no. Motion fails.
The vote is 4 yes, 3 no.
Madam Chair.
Yes, Councilman Mays.
Yeah, I would make a motion to postpone 220038 to the next Governmental Operations Committee, and I so move.
There's a motion has been made to postpone 220038 to the next Governmental Operations Committee. Is there support for that motion?
I support.
Support has been made. Any discussion?
Yeah, Madam Chair.
Yes, Councilman Mays.
I'm looking at the resolution 220038, and I read it. Whereas an ad hoc rules committee was established November 15, 2021 for the purpose of revision of the rules governing meetings of the city council, which were adopted and amended in June 2017. Whereas significant amendments to the rules have been made by the Ad Hoc Rules Committee for the purpose of clarity, consistency therein. Whereas Section 1-801 of the city charter requires a public hearing for proposed amendments to the rules. Therefore, be it resolved that the appropriate city officials are hereby authorized to do all things necessary to conduct a public hearing for the purpose of public input on the proposed amendments to the rules governing meetings. And see, that's where I got a problem at, because I didn't appoint the ad hoc committee to do the rules between 2 people. That's what Kate Fields and them did. And then bring a resolution to pass and do everything, all things necessary for their amendments. My intent was the whole council could have input once the ad hoc committee did its work. For example, the ad hoc committee might present 10 proposed amendments. The majority of the council might agree with 8 of them and might not agree with the other 2. They might agree with 6 and might not agree with the other 4. But in addition, the other 7 council people might have a total of 12 amendments. And the majority of the council might agree with 8 of them and might disagree with 4 of them. So that means the total council agreed with 8 and 8. That would be 16 amendments. We ready to vote. Now we do the changes and move forward. Whether we submit them to Janelle, we still got to come to a meeting and vote on them. I hear what you're saying, Mr. Murphy, but I'm okay with that. But in them first pages, it was some that I had. That's why you viewing it as I'm ready to go page by page. No, we would have skipped some, I can assure you. But I made notes. And so that's what I'm getting at. If I didn't read this resolution, then whatever the ad hoc committee suggested, and I want to ask a question, attached to this agenda is some small writing rules. Are those the proposed rules? Is the ad hoc committee just recommending 3? Or is it some more proposed changes in here trying to get through? Can anybody answer that?
Madam Chair.
Yes.
If I may answer.
Councilwoman
If I
Priestley.
may answer. Mr. Mays, we did quite a few of changes, reorganization. We rewrote some of the rules to make it clearer. That's why we have the proposed document that you received in email that has all of the changes incorporated. The document that was provided with all the crossouts and the comments, that was our working document. And the draft item is the one that we are presenting to the council for consideration.
So if I may, Madam Chair, through you to Ms.
Yes.
Herkenrode. Thank you,
Councilman
Madam Chair.
Mays.
Ms. Herkenrode, the little writing when that's attached to this agenda with the lines going through it, if a line is going through it, it was in the old rules, correct? And
Are you talking to Ms. Herkenrode or me?
No, I'm talking to you. I
Okay,
always
thank
say
you.
that, and I apologize. But my position is this: I'm just trying to get clarity, and I was looking and talking to you. So I'm gonna see how I figure it out. Through you, Madam Chair, to Ms. Donahue. Ms. Donahue,
Yes.
is it possible that you can get me the old rules? And I know I got a copy, but I just want to make this clear. A copy of the old rules that's in effect now, and then a copy of their proposed changes. 2 separate documents. And I want to look at them page by page, side by side. I might agree with some of their changes, and I might not. And so that's how I want to do it. I back, through you, Madam Chair, to Ms. Priestley. Ms. Priestley, can I look at this one document and tell from the crossouts the new language, or did the new language have underlines?
In some cases, you can do that. If you look, there was a email that we received that has, that with all the small documents, you've got it right next to you, that's got comments on the right-hand column.
This one?
The one that you were just looking at.
You say it's comments on the
If you-
right-hand
There's
column?
comments in the right-hand
Let
side
me
that
see
gives
if I
some
see. I do see
indication.
some comments.
That gives some indication of some of the changes and some of the way it was changed for format or whatever, but I don't think that you'll be able to really go page by page because we struck out a bit that was duplicated or reworded differently elsewhere in the document. But I would suggest that you can go ahead, you know the rules, that if you look at the draft document that we provided, that you can get an idea of what the
Well,
changes
if
were.
I have to look at them, you know, people give me credit for knowing, but you would be surprised. You have to look at them, and you have to make sure that you have what's in effect now and what's proposed. I need them separately to go page by page and prepare. Madam Chair, looked like Ms. Donahue wanted to say something.
Yes, Ms. Donahue, did you want to chime in?
Yeah, I see this is the cleaned up copy for what would be the new rules, I'm assuming. If it would help, Mr. Mays, I can create what I think our normal format is a little easier to read, where the new stuff is bold and highlighted the old stuff is crossed out. So you can look at the one document and you can easily discern what is new and what's taken out. So I can create that based on the other document. So
Hey,
I think
either way, if they finna get serious about it, and I thought we were gonna be serious before, but that meeting dissipated. I'm gonna get serious. I wanna look at them side by side or whichever way. I gotta know what's clean and what's proposed. What's clean and what's proposed. I never intended for two folks to make the proposed changes and rules without us meeting, agreeing or disagreeing. And it might be as we agree, it might be disagreement, and then 5 or more make the changes, and then we go to the public hearing and take it from there. So I'll look to see when you can get me that. And I guess if this motion passed to keep this on here for 2 weeks, maybe then we'll see where everybody is at. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Madam Chair, through you to Mr. Mays.
Yes.
It was never our intention not to have consultation with the council, as well as amendments and advisement from the remainder of our council. We brought a proposed document, and we have asked consistently since January for changes, ideas to go into that document. We just got the first one in writing this week, and it's been asked for since January. Thank you. Madam Chair.
Thank you.
Madam Chair.
Yes, Councilwoman.
I did also want to, again, express how, exactly what my colleague in the Fourth Ward said. The rules, these draft rules are exactly that. They are a draft. They were not ever intended to just be all of a sudden governing body. We have to respect the will of the body, and that means 5 or more council members. The purpose, and exactly what Mr. Mays was saying, is exactly what we're trying to do about being able to have all of this stuff, be able to look at the changes, be able to see what they say in writing. If we want to support it, great. If we don't want to support it, great. But these rules, and I think we need to make it very, very clear, these rules have not been voted upon by 5 or more of us, so these still are draft rules, which means we can still amend these as well. I think that's the purpose of it. Now, I will also say in regards to this motion, I think it's irresponsible to keep postponing this without any changes, especially because we have 2 more potential changes that we can discuss this evening. I think it's irresponsible for us to simply postpone it without discussing these 2 amendments, because we'll just be kicking that can down the road. Again, whether these 2 amendments pass or do not pass, that's the will of the body, whatever that may be. And I just think that we owe it to ourselves and to our constituents for to act on this and then continue to bring more amendments as we see fit, to make sure that we have everything incorporated as other people have said.
Point of information.
Yes, Councilman Mays.
Through you to the speaker, Ms. Herkenroder, on this Governmental Operations Committee agenda, where do you suggest that we do that at?
Well, Mr. Mays, right here. We can amend resolutions in committee. We do the work in committee. So we're doing the work in committee. For example, we just had a proposed rule for an amendment that didn't pass, so we can keep going. We can see if 28.4 passes or if 29.9 passes.
Yes,
Real
Councilman
quick,
Mays.
through you, Madam Chair, to Ms. Herkenroder, wouldn't it be appropriate to do that somewhere in discussion items after we finish our agenda?
If I may, Madam Chair.
Yes, Councilwoman.
I don't believe that it would be appropriate because we are discussing this resolution at this present time, which would mean that it is appropriate to discuss any amendments, any postponements, anything. You may disagree, that's totally fine. However, this is an appropriate place to be doing that. I think doing it in chunks, as in these 3 amendments as we go, I think that's significantly manageable. The motion on the floor, however, is not to amend it at this point, it's to postpone it. I will be voting no to postpone it. I believe that we owe it to ourselves and to our community to stop kicking the can down the road and to act now.
Madam Chair?
Yes, Councilwoman Burns.
Through you to Councilwoman Priestley and Councilwoman Herkenroder, I did submit when we first started. Do I need to, since this is our working session, we're doing the work, because there are rules we need to address about social media and talking about our colleagues and comments that we make. I did that months ago. Do I need to do further work on that, or?
If I may respond.
Yes. Oh,
Yes, Councilwoman.
I would recommend resubmitting that language. I know it was a long time ago. I honestly forgot about it until you brought it up. I would personally recommend that, because then we can say, okay, do we need to add a new section of rule? So this whole section's going to be, I don't know, 35.7. You know what I mean?
And what I will do, because the Michigan Municipal League was very clear when we had our working session together about what we should be doing. Be careful about clicking on other items on social media, because that would be breaking the Open Meetings Act. It talked about.
Point of order, Madam Chair. May I
Yes,
excuse
Councilwoman.
for a second?
Yes, Councilman Mays.
It talked about comments. It was very thorough, and we are not applying nor using that. So I will contact the Michigan, that's a mouthful today. That's like the little flock of Flint church that was here. I will contact them back so that I get their language, and I'll resubmit it. 'Cause I think, when did we start this? It was yeah, I think I sent it in December. So I emailed you, and I believe. Yeah, she did get it. So I'll resubmit it. I'll get and I'll get the Michigan Municipal League's language so that we are all on the same page, because I did send that months ago when we first started. So that we know moving forward what we need to do to move better as a body, and so that we're in order. Because when we had that meeting, there were a lot of things that I was happy to know that the Michigan Municipal League had the knowledge, but there are things that we did not know, that I had not known, and there were past councils had not practiced, that we need to be practicing and using. So I will get that language, and I'll get it to you, Janelle. Do I need to, and I'll CC Davina too? I'll make sure both of you have it. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you, Councilwoman Burns. Councilman Murphy.
And I don't know what that language look like for social media, but I also think y'all need to add podcasts on there, because I done listened to some of those podcasts, and it just be, to me, off base. It's just some of the, I don't know, so that's probably gonna be a hard one for our social media, because I'm sure there are a lot of politicians and people that go and do interviews on podcasts and stuff, and I think it's fair to do it. I just don't think, I just think that's gonna be a hard one for us to control. I choose not to do interviews. I haven't yet. I'm not saying I'm not gonna never do one, but I'm just saying, based on what I've been seeing with the podcast, it just, sometimes it could create a divide, because you could be on there talking about your colleague on the podcast, or what your interpretation of and it could just feel, and it's just, it could be bad, and it also could be positive. You know, I heard some positive takeaways from you guys being on the podcast. And then sometimes the person who interviewing you guys, it seems that they try to turn y'all to say something against y'all colleague, and if you don't be careful, you can feed into it. So I just think not only is Facebook, and I hear what my colleague's saying about, you know, social media, but that go both ways with the podcast, and you cannot. It could be unintentional for you. You don't have intentions on going that direction, but the person who interviewing you, that's really not a journalist, but there to persuade you to side one way for them to go in a different direction. And if y'all not careful, y'all can find yourself going down that road. And I'm gonna give you an example of me. Me and Eric, Councilman Mays, go back and forth on council. we don't agree, we get into it. So people will inbox me or they'll email me and they'll try to get me to talk about him, and I won't do it. So because they can't get what they want out of me, then they don't like me because they want me to, they think they finna get me to go and start talking about them, but I don't go down that road, so they don't get it. So now they don't wanna be cool with me, or now they, whatever, you know. So I'm just saying, we have to be careful when we on social media, or somebody, cause it could be somebody interviewing us and don't like us. So then they'll get you on a podcast and try to get you to talk about Councilman Murphy, 4th Ward Councilman Priestley. And you could get on there and say something, and I could be watching. And I'm just using you as an example, not that you did. You probably did, but no. I'm just saying, we just have to be careful on that language when it comes down to social media. It's kind of a gray area, because we just want to do an interview, but we don't know this person finna try to get us to try to go in a direction, and if we're not careful, we can do it. That's it.
Madam Chair.
Okay. Who just asked?
That was me.
And you guys, y'all know what? I've been sitting here facilitating the meeting, and I'm calm. I haven't said round one, round two. We've all just been talking. But I'm gonna let you speak again.
Well,
And
this will
then-
be round two, Madam Chair. I've only spoken once.
Okay. So we should be on round two, right? Okay, round two.
Thank you. And through you to Councilman Murphy, I think we have to have some type of guidelines. We cannot control what a person or a question, and people are going to, we have to have freedom of speech. I've been on some podcasts, and whether I agreed with my colleagues or not, I kept it neutral, brought it back into them to let them know that we are a work in progress. And you cannot be held accountable for other people's views. That's just the way it is. I don't care if it's MLive, if it's Flint Beat, East Village, or the personal podcast. Freedom of speech is there, but there's also just respect. I don't think you should be on there running your colleagues through the ground. We need guidelines, which are already set up by the Michigan Municipal League. They already have that. And we were all at that forum for Michigan Municipal League, and they gave the guidelines. And I think it's easy to transpose that over to us because it's already being enforced in other municipalities, which it was a great learning lesson. So it's not us creating them, really. As I was speaking to Councilwoman Herkenroder, it's taking over what they have, adding it, but not to address it is a problem, because social media is a problem where personal attacks are often made. And often, just like they said, if we click on to, and this was Michigan Municipal League, if we click on more than 2 people like an item, we are in violation of the Open Meetings Act. So we can look at it, but more than 2 people can't like it or comment, because then we're talking about issues that we're breaking the Open Meetings Act. Those aren't my words, that's Michigan Municipal League. But I will get the correct language, because they already have it, and they spoke at length about it during that meeting. So I think we need to have some basis for myself to follow, and then, we need to put it out there, because social media is not going away. It's Twitter, it's Facebook, it's Instagram, and I don't know what other forms of social media that my kids use MySpace, and that's gone. So, yeah, I know, that's gone. Is it gone? TikTok is really, TikTok is really a platform, and we are on TikTok. It is not cool, actually. That we are. And people are following us because of our behavior and issues that we have. And I'm quite sure by tonight, 2 o'clock, we'll have a new TikTok out, because the gentleman who does the TikToks, when we finish, he's got a new TikTok out. And he takes highlights and he's doing graphics. And that TikTok is, I don't share them on my page, never have. Matter of fact, my daughter's children send them, or friends who are 32, 31, send them to me because they follow them. So I think addressing the social media, I feel is important. And I will get the language that the Michigan Municipal League has already been using so that we don't have to reinvent the wheel. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you, Councilwoman Burns. Any other discussions? In round 2, any other discussions? Okay, so we are on a motion to postpone Resolution 220038 back to committee, to keep it here in committee. Roll call, Madam Clerk.
Mr. Murphy? Yes. Ms. Priestley?
No.
Ms. Winfrey Carter?
Yes.
Ms. Burns?
Yes.
Ms. Herkenroder?
No.
Mr. Mays?
Yes.
Ms. Lewis?
Yes.
Vote is 5 yes, 2 no.
The vote is 5 yes, 2 no. Now we are at appointments. What is the pleasure of this body?
Madam Chair,
Yes, Councilwoman in the 7th Ward.
I make a motion to send appointment 220177 to council.
A motion has been made to send appointment 220177 to council. Is there support for that motion?
Madam Chair, I second that.
So it has been supported. Any discussion?
Yeah, Madam Chair, real quick.
Yes, Councilman Mays.
This is an appointment to the Citywide Advisory Council for Karen West, 9th Ward, and this is a motion to move it to council. I did that for the record. I'll vote in favor of that motion, but I wanted to clarify for the listening audience who
Thank
and what
you.
we're voting on. Thank you.
Thank you, Councilman Mays. Any other discussion? Any other discussion? Well, now we can have roll call. Roll call, Madam Clerk, to move the appointment to the Citywide Advisory Committee for Karen S. West of Ward 9. Move this to council.
Ms. Priestley?
Yes.
Ms. Winfrey Carter?
Yes.
Ms. Burns?
Yes.
Ms. Herkenroder?
Yes.
Mr. Mays?
Yes.
Ms.
Yes.
Ms. Lewis?
Yes.
Mr. Murphy? Yes. Vote is 7 yes, 0 no.
The vote is 7 yes, 0 no. 220177 will move to council. Next, discussion items. What is the pleasure of this council?
Point
You
of
would
order.
like to? Yes, Councilman Mays?
They could be ordered without objections.
Okay. I'll order those without objections. Any objections?
I object.
Councilwoman Lewis?
Point of order.
Yes, Councilman Mays.
I guess that'll take us back to Mr. Murphy's motion if he was making it. I think he made one, I don't know.
Go back to your motion.
Well, can I make an amended motion to, postpone 220196,
Point of order.
Councilman Murphy, why don't you just say
For the
postpone the first two and leave that one on the agenda, okay? She wants to discuss it. It's her, see, the first two are, I believe. Yeah, I think she wants to discuss the third one, right, Councilwoman Lewis?
Correct.
Okay, so just postpone the first two. So you want to postpone the first two discussion items?
That's the original motion.
I want to talk about discussion items 1 and 3.
Okay. All right. Any, so discussion item 220096, any discussion on that?
Madam Chair.
Yes.
Thank you. So just wanted to at least get this conversation going. We can, it's not going, doesn't have to be long, but wanted to get it going because we've been postponing for quite some time. So I know I brought up the discussion about the Marijuana Advisory Committee. So when we look at other places such as Sonoma County and different places throughout the United States, they have these advisory committees. And what are these advisory committees doing? They are doing what we can't do as a council. They're being a body of expertise that's responsible for the oversight of a specific industry, and this industry is the marijuana industry. And so I thought that the city of Flint should look into forming a marijuana advisory committee because, for one, it's legal. For two, it looks like it's here to stay. And for three, we continue to get new people interested in setting up marijuana businesses here within our city. So because it's not going anywhere, we need to stay in front of it. And so I was thinking that with this, we need to think about this commission, and we need to think about who should be, well, for one, how important it should be. So we should think about enacting it, and then begin to think about who we should have on the committee, such as key stakeholders, such as local growers, local dispensary owners, dispensary patrons, neighborhood association leaders, council members, and administration. And their job will be to look at all things marijuana, such as the continuing to amending community benefit agreements. And that's one thing that Councilman Murphy talks about. And also the enforcement of these agreements, because we don't have any oversight in that area. Next, continue to monitor new policies that come down the pipeline through the state of Michigan. And also, you know, as what really prompted me to even start this was monitoring the perspective in existing marijuana businesses. So that way that we will continue to have this oversight, and we will have a hand on this even when we're not on council, and for the upcoming council members, that we will definitely have a basis to start with this industry that's bringing in a lot of money and that's here to stay. Thank you.
Thank you, Councilwoman Lewis. Any other discussion?
Madam Chair.
Yes.
Just very briefly through you to Councilwoman Lewis, you said that it was Sonoma County?
Mm-hmm.
Is that in Michigan?
No, it's not.
Can you?
No, that's in California.
That's okay. Can you send like their, I don't know, case study or their structure for their committee for us to look at too, please?
Sure, I can. And just a side note, that was just one example. So I looked at several different ones and piecemealed it together so we can have our own. But I definitely will send you that.
Okay, thank you.
Mm-hmm.
Thank you. Any other council discussion on?
Yeah, Madam Chair.
Yes.
When I look at the Marijuana Advisory Committee or the Liquor Advisory Committee or the Gas Station Advisory Committee or whatever business, and I know marijuana is new, so I'm not making light of it, but when you look at the Planning Commission and we appoint people, when you look at the ordinance that was in place, because this discussion say putting caps on dispensaries, we did have a cap. And as the marijuana ordinance moved about, then the zoning, they described to put a cap. Now, if the advisory committee recommend a cap, or if the advisory committee decided to let the zoning take care of the number, that's how we're doing it now, it would matter less to me, because the council end up voting to change or amend the ordinance. The advisory committee, whether they communicated with planning commission, the city attorney's office, Ms. Gurley, then took over where Reed Erickson used to be dealing with that. Am I right, Ms. Gurley, through you, Madam Chair, to Ms. Gurley?
Yes.
Through the chair, yes.
Yeah, and see, right now, one of the guys is coming to me because this is through you again, Madam Chair, to Ms. Gurley, because it's language as to whether locally we do or do not want drive-throughs, correct?
That's correct. Our ordinance says no drive-throughs.
Right, the local ordinance say no drive-throughs, but the state ordinance, the state statute allows it, correct?
That's correct. The state does allow drive-throughs.
And so even if we had an advisory committee and 12 of them said out of 20, no drive-through, I got to still vote as a council person whether or not I'm going to vote yay or nay on that advice. So a lot of this stuff, we can create layers and layers of people communicating. But the bottom line, it's going to be some tough decisions that have to be made by various individual council members. Caps, drive-throughs, and I don't care how many people you put on the advisory committee, I'm saying it might be some value to it. I ain't got a problem with it. But after all the advice, guess who's going to make some decisions? 5, 6, 9 council members. So that's all I'm going to say. But I've been working on this marijuana ordinance for years, and I think the first thing that we have to do is have a session where we get brought up to speed. Because if we put an advisory committee in place and we don't know, it's going to be very interesting, but they can help us. An advisory committee can help us in various areas, whether it's marijuana, whether it's public safety, whether it's blight, whether it's liquor stores, but whatever they advise us on, it's going to be some decisions that we as individuals are going to have to make. So I just chimed in on that, said what I have to say, but I've been watching and looking and working on this ordinance for years and probably was one of the only ones. So I'm still learning as we go along with the marijuana. I just don't want to treat them differently at this point than other businesses. Thank you.
Thank you, Councilman Mays. Any other discussion on this discussion item? Okay, I guess we'll move to the next discussion item, 220111. This was Mr. Murphy's. I think I'll order that. I'll keep that on the agenda for the next Governmental Operations Committee. And we'll move on to 220179. And this is a discussion item about blighted schools, and this is Councilwoman Lewis.
Thank you, Madam Chair. So I wanted to put this item on the agenda because I've been receiving quite a few phone calls from constituents that live around schools, and they expressed that a lot of the schools, which are currently still owned by the Flint Community Schools, they are used as dumping sites, and the dumping sites are creating rodent breeding grounds, and so that's making the area unsafe, because a lot of kids still utilize the playground and as well as their fields, and the rodents travel. And so realizing that blight is an all hands on deck situation. We need all participants and all actors at the table to help out with this. And being that the school have received ESSER funds, and they had community listening sessions, but I know I attended one, and I didn't hear blight at schools or being addressed. I did not hear that at all. So I think that this will be a good idea for the council to, as we've been passing monumental things for blight, such as that money that we just leveraged with the land bank to knock down the homes. And I know that we're going to pass for some blight money to be spent through our internal blight department. We also need to look at making sure that our community partners are good partners. So, and that they are using their funds like we're using our funds to help keep our neighborhoods clean and safe. So they received quite a, $114 million in ESSER funds. So we should compel our community partners, which is the Flint Community Schools, to get the blight off their property because, again, they're all throughout the city in everyone's ward. And we need to make sure that they are using their funds to keep their properties blight-free because at this point in time, they have the funds. And so, again, we want to make sure that they are good partners in helping us fight blight in the city.
Thank you, Councilwoman Lewis. Any other discussion on this?
Madam Chair.
Yes, Councilwoman Burns.
I agree that all blighted properties, including Flint schools, because Flint has a blight problem. Our blight list does not include a lot of properties that should actually be on there. Flint schools are currently, I was told, that they do have a program where they're selling some of those schools, and they're supposed to be cleaning their blight up. We do know that they've had some changes in their, for their board, but some of those schools are up for sale, which is what I was told. But they do have their dollars, and I don't believe they spent any of their dollars. I do know that the Flint Fire Department showed up to issue to Flint Public Schools a warning. I believe they were going to ticket them, and that to me was a problem. The mayor sent them there to do that. But here, when you talk about sending the fire department for that, for the vacant schools, first, there's no power there, and I believe that they're exempt. So when I look at where this might be coming from also, that was bothersome. Our schools suffer. Yes, they should use their money to clean up, but we use some of our money to help clean up the land bank homes. Not one of those homes by land bank were owned by the city of Flint. So yes, they should be good partners and making sure that they use their $117 million, I believe, that they have, and to secure their buildings, which they did state, because I did inquire several times about that. Are you securing your buildings? Are they, how can you have an alarm go off, which is what they were citing them for, and there was no power? You have to have power. I install alarms. There was no power there. So if there's no power communication, that means there was no alarm. You have to have power for the alarm to work. So their schools, like Northern, which I believe Northern is your district now, is yours. They do a lot of dumping on that back drive. And in Northern's parking lot, there's always the issue of, access, or when they have the tailgate party. And matter of fact, I think about maybe a month ago, someone lit a fire in there. So as the buildings stay, they're vacant, people are going into them, stripping them, setting fires and so on. But that's a problem that we have in our community. And they should be better partners, and they should use their they have more than we got to secure their properties and to clean them. I just hope that they don't ask Flint for any more, because we use $16 million of ours to take care of the counties, which benefits our community, but the schools are in our community too. So I agree, we need to clean those properties, but they do have a list, and I need to request again the list of the schools that are being sold, because they're up for sale. And it looks like we're going to have some changes hopefully coming, and I think a lot of people are even hopeful about Central with the new public library being open with that walkway over to to Central. So hopefully we'll get some new schools and be able to bring back some of our scholars with them improving their school system. But their buildings, we do need to hold them accountable, and we may have to work with them a little bit, because our school system is hurting. 3,000 students, and I believe 12,000 go outside of our district. And I know you're a mom, you have a young scholar in Flint Public Schools. And our schools could be a lot better, a lot better. So I will share with that list with my colleagues of the schools that are being sold. And there are actually people asking to buy some of these schools. Like I know I've had two people who own businesses who want to buy Longfellow, which is in my ward. And I'm trying to think, will I keep Longfellow? Because Chevrolet's the cutoff. I think I will keep it on the right hand on this side of the street, the west side of the street. I will keep it. But I will inherit some other schools. So, Councilwoman Lewis, you are correct. The schools need to be held accountable, as we need to hold a lot of these other ones accountable, because they do become an eyesore, and people, I mean, we've got people running around with matches and gasoline, arsonists, and they're lighting them on fire to where they won't be able to be sold. So, thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you, Councilwoman Burns. Councilwoman Herkenroder.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I did also want to chime in on this as well, because I can't speak for my colleagues. I can assume that others also get calls and emails about the blighted schools that are in your district, very similar to the calls that I get on almost a yearly basis surrounding Central and Whittier's campus. I think one of the things that, as we continue to keep moving forward, and with the tremendous influx of federal dollars into our community right now, I think that it would be very wise for us to partner with the Flint Community Schools in any way that we can, because at the end of the day, we're all here because we care about the city of Flint, regardless of where that school is, or whether or not it is being sold or being auctioned. I think that it's very important, because what we do today is going to impact the children of our future, and those children, I personally hope, I've always been an advocate of public schools. I came from Title I public schools. We need to keep making sure that we have more schools for more scholars to keep coming to, so that they can, in the future, fill these very seats that we sit in. It's very, very important that we don't think of ourselves as, that's just a school board thing, or that's just a council thing. And I'm not saying any of my colleagues are thinking that way. I'm just saying that this is a very, very lucrative point in time for us to be able to advocate on behalf of all of the city of Flint, for all of Flint's future, as we keep moving forward, listening to what's happening with the school board and the potential closing and or selling of different blighted properties. At the end of the day, what happens at one school campus is going to impact us in our wards and in our city, and I think that we need to try to I don't want to say extend an olive branch, because I don't think any of us are fighting with the school board necessarily, but need to initiate a conversation with the school board so that their plans for development and or demolition are in line with the city's plans for development and or demolition, so that we can all be on one accord as we keep moving forward through the future. So, thank you.
Any other discussion?
Madam Chair.
Councilman Mays.
I've attended school board meetings. I've attended them individually, and I attended them and was invited in my capacity as council president. And I'm telling you, when I ran for city government, I concentrate on city government, even though schools are in the city. But the school board got more money than us. And I hear folks saying partnership and invest in schools. Hopefully the Mott Foundation, who have more money than us, will form a partnership back in the old days like they did with Flint schools, whatever's going on over there. I had a guy call me about Wilkins. If a community member wanted to invest or do something in the neighborhood, I'd take a look at it. But when we got residents, we've done $16 million with the land bank. Well, it happened in what I'm calling an illegal meeting. and that'll come up because that meeting was adjourned for lack of quorum as I presided, and I'm really curious to see what's going to happen as it relates to that 16 million. Nothing might happen, but it's things that passed. That map was passed in that meeting. And my point is this: I'm going to concentrate on the city, and I'm going to let the school board concentrate on the schools. I will listen, and they can come here to our meetings and collaborate. We can go to theirs. But we got a job to do. When you're talking 16 million to tear down in the neighborhoods, I'm talking building back up. And a school is a big project. But we can do projects to create generational wealth for individuals. You got houses with tarps and roof work needed. You got new builds that can be transferred to folks, and it'll be generational wealth for young folks and old. You got St. Agnes, a whole complex sitting there that we own. And so I'm going to stay and pay attention to the schools. I'm going to do what I can to help young folks and old. But I'm not going to keep partnering with all these big shots and leaving the residents without. We can do big institutional partnerships, but I got some residents that I represent that's hurting and need help, and they call me, and that's what I'm gonna focus on before I keep listening to the big shots as it relates to this money. I see folks getting excited, want to do partnership with the big shots. I want to partner with the little shots. I want to do some residential partnership in our neighborhood. I want to see if this council will do a $15 or $16 million partnership with residents and programs. And there's opportunities to do that. And if there's one school, I remember when I had to go to the school board meeting as we was trying to acquire Bunch School. Bunch was sitting there. The pastor across the street at Evergreen and some of us talked, and we approached the school board. I told the guy who wanted Wilkins the other day, call me. So I think there's ways we can help, and we've already done it with schools, and we can continue. But I don't want us to get excited when the big shots come and we forget all about the residents, because it's a lot of them and a lot of programs we can use this money to help folks. Thank you.
Thank you, Councilman Mays. Any other points to be made about this discussion item?
Madam Chair.
Yes,
Yeah, so I
Councilman.
just want to conclude with this. You know, just like we have a blight department, they have a division that handles blight as well. So I compel my colleagues to draft a letter from council just asking them to do all things necessary to eradicate the blight on their property for neighborhood public health.
Thank you, Councilwoman Lewis. Do you want to, how do you want to go about drafting that letter?
Well, I am open to suggestions.
Okay. Do you want to keep this on the agenda?
Let's see, well, we can. So
Okay.
we can, so maybe next meeting we can have a decision to how we're going to proceed with this.
Okay.
Okay,
So
thank-
moved.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you. All right.
Madam Chair,
Yes.
I'd like to make a motion to adjourn.
A motion has been made to adjourn.
Madam-
And yes, so moved. So moved. This Governmental Operations Committee meeting is adjourned at 10:37 p.m. Meeting adjourned. Go into, what, grants?
Section. Any person that persists in disrupting this meeting will be in violation of Flint City Code subsection 31-10, disorderly conduct, assault and battery, and disorderly persons, and will be subject to arrest for a misdemeanor. Any person who prevents the peaceful and orderly conduct of any meeting will be given one warning. If they persist in disrupting the meeting, that individual will be subject to arrest. Violators shall be removed from meetings. Do we have any public speakers?
Oh, yes, ma'am. My name is Ariel Mitchell. I reside at 759 East Linden Street. And speaking on the schools that being granted by the mayor downstairs to be demolished, it's become a nuisance to flip. You have to worry about tearing down because the Chris Rock slap already had been taken from the Board of Education, and now they got to deal with that. But they got more money than City Hall and the stuff and all that, them gambling stuff. School of Michigan Episcopality, Governor Whitmer, and through you to Madam Burns, the wheel have to not be invented again, because they're going to have to take us back to the automobile situation, and is in progress as we speak now. As I speak now about Governor Whit, don't have to worry about. And you, financial lady, we the public, you see my councilman done took off. He talking about that school in my neighborhood, or Goff, whatever that school is over there in my neighborhood. And Murphy done took off, and he don't want the mayor to buy the school and tear it down, still to rebuilding it. And all that stuff, and we ain't become a third world country just because certain people's on the council treat the public like they don't exist. Don't even want a public, him or Hawk, what's your name, is looking curious up there, don't want the public to speak. And you know, like you done to the president of the council, Madam Chair. And another thing about you to the city attorney. Is it a nuisance for the police department to take
Thank you, Mr. Mitchell.
and use gasoline and run the car? Okay, all right.
Is there any response? Are there any council response? Oh, no, Paul, no. Yes.
You're supposed to ask for any other public speakers.
I didn't see you. I am so sorry. I thought you had gone down the hall.
Good evening, Council. Paul Herring, 525 Mason Street, and I just want to let you guys know that I am excited. 1 year after Juneteenth has been made a national holiday, Flint has stepped up. Flint has stepped up. I was at a meeting yesterday. It is going to be on jam in Flint. For those of you who are not aware of Juneteenth, 1865, almost 2.5 years after the Emancipation Proclamation was signed, General Gordon Granger was dispatched to Galveston, Texas, to announce to some of the last slaves that they had won their freedom. And we here in Flint have been celebrating for almost 30 years. Mrs. E. Hill Deloney, I won't even say she recruited me, she attracted me. And that was almost 25 years ago for me. So this is wonderful. This is wonderful. Unfortunately, Sister Janice Muhammad, my right hand, and Sister Catherine Blake, my left hand, were taken by COVID last year. So I'm devastated, but still excited. Devastated, but still excited. So I want to encourage you and everyone in the sound of my voice to make sure they plan on participating in this year's Juneteenth celebration. You know, they got the Whiting Auditorium to do a concert. And not at Whiting, not at Riverbank Park, but at Burston Fieldhouse. I want to say that's a first. 3 headliners in that field behind Burston Fieldhouse, that's a first. And I'm proud of it. It's a part of the Juneteenth celebration. So I said that to say this. As you may or may not know, I produced the Juneteenth tabloid, which I like to call a clearinghouse for all things Juneteenth in Flint. Bear with me, less than 30 seconds. I want to encourage you guys to submit articles for the Juneteenth tabloid. All I ask is that they be positive and uplifting. And all things purely
Point of
social.
order. Paul, I got to do this
Yeah, he does, Paul.
because they called the
no
police on me.
No problem. And
And
all
I'm gonna
things
hold
purely
them.
social, we can be as separate
And
as the
it's been
fingers.
speeches
Yeah, one is the
about
hand, and
no
all
Thank you.
things
wrap up.
beneficial
Thank you,
to our
Paul.
mutual progress.
Thank
Point of
you.
order. Mr. May's not even part of the meeting. He didn't even chime in, and he got up without asking.
Madam Chair, if I may, anybody can walk in a meeting. Miss Lewis is so apt to coming at me with her non-knowing rude self. You can come into any meeting and sit down. You don't have to be here for roll call. This is a new meeting. And so I'm so tired of it over and over and over. So my point of order, rule on it. I can come to a meeting, any of them.
Mr. Mays was not in attendance at roll call, so he was not out of order because he had not sat down and then left again.
Thank you, Madam Chair.
You're welcome. Any council response?
Yeah, Madam Chair.
Yes, Mr.
My
Mays.
council response, you know, I used to sit by folks in this first ward seat. It's getting very uncomfortable. I looked at videos yesterday over and over of Miss Lewis trying to cite rules and talking about me, and I'm getting tired of it. Just when I was talking about that point of order with Paul. I know Paul for years. Miss Burns, you and others voted. No wrap-up. That's a tough road to toe. It's an impolite road. It was an impolite road for me as a council person, but you dealing with arrests, court dates. I'll plead not guilty, and I bet you every council person as I represent myself will be in court testifying. Because I control the subpoenas. When I plead not guilty, I demand a jury trial. And I'm going to swear every council person in, and I'm going to talk about the difference in front of a jury, and Miss Lewis, you'll be the first one. So it ain't no way around it when I get arrested. I've got the rights of every citizen to demand a jury trial and got the right to put each council person under oath and dare them to lie. I already know what the question's going to be. So it's always ramifications when you don't know, Ms. Lewis, and you're coming at me constantly. Now let me say this. Paul, the Juneteenth celebration last year was split up into two. I've been dealing with E. Hill Delone in that Juneteenth celebration, so I want to see what you're excited about, because some people preach unity, particularly Mr. Neely, and then they do stuff to separate us, and Juneteenth was one of them. So I'll be looking to see what's going on this year versus last.
Any other council response?
Madam Chair, go ahead.
Thank you. Iro, thank you for always speaking out. And for Paul, you're in the back room. I'm excited about a Juneteenth celebration, and there were two separate ones. I attended the one with Mother E. Hill Deloney, and it was at Forest Park, and it was a very nice celebration. Rainy, but it was very nice. I would hope that this year we are not having two separate Juneteenth celebrations, because people, you cannot be in two places at one time. You just can't do that. And we have to make sure that we're coming together for purposes like Juneteenth. You know, I just hate to see us being so divided with everything. Last year was very difficult, and then I believe there ended up being a shooting at one of them where a person lost their life. And we need to work together. One Juneteenth, we're only one Flint, Michigan, so that we can come together, because it's a beautiful celebration, actually. And I was excited. You know, it rained, it was a little, cold, but it was a beautiful celebration at Forest Park. And being able to use our parks within our city is great. We can't be at two places at one time, and we shouldn't force citizens and residents to make a choice to be at one place or another. We should not be out doing one venue to draw more people. Let's work, I hope we're working it together so that everyone can enjoy Juneteenth together, because it should be a celebration, not a separation. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Dr. Lewis?
Thank you so much. So unfortunately, Paul wasn't able to continue spreading the good, positive news, because positivity should always go forward. But I would like to announce that the Second Ward will be participating in Juneteenth. We are hosting a youth Juneteenth art showcase, and we will be framing the art and showcasing it at the North Side Flint Police Mini Station on Martin Luther King and Bishop. So this is an invitation to all youth in the Flint area to submit their drawings, and so we can showcase these items in the mini station for Juneteenth, and also for the couple of weeks afterwards. So please, if you know any youth that are excited, please have them contact Ms. Florinda Lee Hall at leehallflorinda@yahoo.com, so we can get our youth involved in this collaborative Juneteenth event. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Any other council remarks? Any other remarks?
Yes, thank you, Madam Chair.
Yes, Ms. Winter.
Thank you to all of the public speakers, RL and Mr. Paul Heron. Thank you for bringing forth the information about Juneteenth. I'm excited about it. I look forward to it. But I do want to chime in on the discussion or what my councilwoman in the 6th Ward pointed out about last year. You know, last year it was deliberate. It was deliberate. And that was another way of dividing our community. There was no reason in the world why there should have been two different committees for Juneteenth. When when Miss Ehil Deloney, she's been doing this Juneteenth celebration since I was probably about 6 years old, 6, 7 years old, because I know she used to come out to our house and they used to discuss Juneteenth, she and my father and other members of the committee. And there was no reason in the world why there should have been 2 Juneteenth committees last year. It was a ploy to separate the city. And I was appalled. But I just want to find out, and I guess I can find out this information. I'm hoping that there is not 2 different committees, doing the Juneteenth festivities this year. Through you, Madam Chair, can I ask Paul the question?
Technically, no, because this is council
Okay,
comments.
but I'll ask you on the side. But, that shouldn't be. It shouldn't be. But is it, you can hold your finger up, is it 2 or 1?
15.
Oh, no. No, that shouldn't be. It shouldn't be. But 15 committees? Okay. Well, thank you, Madam Chair. The timer went off. I'm going to close my mouth right now.
Any other council response? Any other council response? Any other council response? And now we go on to resolutions. I'll entertain a motion to make 220178 Contract Carriage Town Ministries Emergency Solutions Grant to council.
Madam Chair,
Yes,
so moved.
it's been moved.
And
Do
I
I have a
support.
second? It's been moved and properly seconded to move 220178 Contract Carriage Town Ministries Emergency Solutions Grant CARES Entitlement Funding COVID-19 related activities to council. Is there any council discussion? Any council discussion? Any council discussion?
Yeah, Madam Chair.
Yes, Mr. Mays.
Yeah, I support Carriage Town Ministries, the work they do, and I'm looking at the resolution. I'm going to have no problem voting to pass this resolution on the council. Thank you.
Any other discussion? Any other discussion? Any other discussion? Roll call, please.
Mr. Mays?
Did you call my name?
Yes.
Yes.
Ms. Lewis is not her seat. Ms. Priestley?
Yes.
Ms. Winfrey Carter?
Yes.
Ms. Burns?
Yes.
Ms. Herkenroder?
She's out of her seat.
Ms. Lewis?
And yes.
And the vote is 6 yes, 0 no?
The vote is 6 yes, 0 no to send resolution 220178 to council.
Madam
Madam
Chair.
Chair,
I heard Mr. Mays first.
Madam Chair, I move to adjourn Grants Committee.
support.
Okay, it's been moved and properly second to adjourn Grants Committee. May we have roll call, please?
Ms. Lewis?
Yes.
Ms. Priestley?
Yes.
Ms. Winfrey Carter?
Yes.
Ms. Burns?
Yes.
Ms. Herkenroder?
Yes.
Mr. Mays?
Yes.
Vote is 6 yes, 0 no to adjourn?
The vote is 6 yes, 0 no to adjourn. This committee is adjourned at 10:56.